Hello everybody and welcome to round number 11 of the Moscow Candidates Tournament. Going's getting tough, 4 games to go, and Fabiano Caruana has joined the leaders after a big win yesterday against Vichy Anand. However, there's no easy games in this tournament. Caruana faces Veselin Topalov, who had not the best of events in round number 11 with the black pieces. Topalov, I was gonna say he's capable of beating everybody. Then again, he hasn't beaten anybody yet in this tournament, so we shall see if he can hurt Fabiano. Also, if Fabiano is gonna stick to a strategy of playing incredibly sharp openings with the black pieces, because that's what he's been doing. He's played a half incorrect line of the Grunfeld against Giri. He's played the Benoni, seen very rarely at this level, against, who was it? Levon Aronian? And today we have one of my favorites in that game. Sorry for jumping right in. I'm excited. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I'm all by myself today, but I am hopeful that I'm gonna get company tomorrow again. So today it's just me, myself, and I. But I guess you guys want to see the games and not just my haircut, which I'm not that happy about. So, Topalov Caruana, 1 c4. c5. This is a bit of a deviation from the theme of this tournament, where pretty much everybody's played setups with e5 against the English. Not Fabi, he sticks to his guns. He repeats the setup he's played against Peter Svidler, where something like this was played. And Svidler got in some nasty preparation and put Fabiano under pressure. But Topalov has a different idea, and this is one of my pet lines, so I am thrilled to see it. d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4. Here, black has a white choice, but the best choice, as I've been preaching in all my opening clinics, banter blitzes, and on all my other highly exciting formats, is to play knight c6, knight to c3, and e6. This is the big theoretical test, and of course Fabiano is ready to question Veselin in the main line. White has a bunch of moves here. I fooled around with moves like bishop f4 or bishop g5, but they don't really lead anywhere. a3 used to be popular for a moment, but then bishop e7. There's not all that much happening. Therefore, Topalov plays the main line, goes for the move g3. And long term, if white would manage to fianchetto his bishop and castle, he would have an edge, because this bishop is putting pressure on the black queen side, makes it very hard for black to develop, especially his bishop on c8 can be a bit of a problem piece, but chess is a move-by-move game, and after g3, the best move is queen b6, as Fabiano plays, hitting this knight on d4, and it does not have a great square to go. Topalov has some experience with the lines after knight to b3, knight to e5, which is awkward for white to meet. Queen c6 in the air, this pawn is hanging after e4, bishop b4. Black is supposed to be alright, but he hasn't faced much of this move, which I also like to play, the move knight d to b5, or he hasn't employed it much. Topalov is white, knight d to b5, and knight to e5 is once again the critical move. Keeping an eye on the c6 square, hitting this pawn, and the main line is also intending to jump here. Now bishop to g2, a6, to the best of my knowledge, and my knowledge is quite good here, is fine for black. Therefore, Topalov tries the other interesting move here, bishop to f4, looks very logical, hitting the knight on this diagonal, but there is a problem with it. Knight f to g4, defending the knight, and threatening queen takes f2. This position I've known about for a long time, ever since Levon Aronian unleashed a crazy move here against Peter Leko, my former boss, where Aronian played the move queen to a4, leaving the f2 pawn on prise, which does look a little insane, but it leads to very interesting play. The problem with modern chess, though, is that here this has been analyzed to a draw pretty much by force. However, some guys have still fallen victim to it. For example, Nakamura won a game against Karjakin in this line, where Karjakin could not remember the moves, but of course Fabiano would have not fallen for this trap twice. Therefore, Topalov plays a different move here, e3, and the reason I'm so confused is that I thought that after e3, a6, only black can be better here. So I'm very curious what he has up his sleeve. And it turns out after e3, a6, he played the move queen to a4. My old lines were stuff like h3 here, then a takes b5, h takes g4, knight takes c4, and black faces zero problems. So Topalov had to come up with something, and the computer likes black in all these positions. I've switched on the computer now, you can see the bar is already below the 0-0 mark, but that has never scared Topalov all that much. And at first I thought it was a broadcast mistake, that it seemed like Caruana has played the move rook to a7 here, but I've now changed my mind since I've seen the computer gives this as one of the main moves. This means homework for me, because e3 and queen a4 is an idea I wasn't aware of, and I've spent a lot of time in this line. But apparently no surprise for Caruana, because you don't blitz out a move like rook a7 if you see this position for the first time. The point is knight takes a7 runs into queen takes b2 with many a threat. Knight f3 followed by queen d2 checkmate is one of them. Queen f2, queen c3, queen takes a1. Too many enemy, so you cannot take that rook. And the rook is now on a defended square, so a takes b5 has become a threat. The computer says h3, a takes b, queen takes b5, with further messes where black is fine after queen c6. We'll see how this game goes. I'm sorry, I'm sort of still in game of the day mode, so I'm already doing my summary speech of the game when it just has started. Probably I shouldn't ignore all the other games and take a breather to do some predictions. So we have Aronian against Peter Svidler. Levon Aronian has had a bumpy 2 games. He's lost to Vishy Anand in a game that wasn't very typical for him, where he just stayed passive for pretty much all of it and, well, had some drawing chances, but lost to good Anand technique. Peter Svidler, well, we've talked about it a lot. He's had great preparation, has played very well, reached a lot of winning positions, but did not manage to convert a single one of them. Which, yeah, you could speculate, is it a chess technique thing, a fatigue thing, a nerve thing? I don't want to get into it too much, but at the time of speaking, he does have 9 draws, 1 loss and 0 wins. So not the way he had imagined this would go. Facing Levon Aronian, who in order to rejoin the leaders is really in desperate need of a victory. Aronian is on +1, he has to win this game. And he's decided to test Peter in the line that Svidler came with to this tournament, the Slav with d takes c4, a4, e6. He's played that twice, didn't run into a single problem, was in fact better in both games he played in this line against Sergei Karjakin and against Hikaru Nakamura. So let's see what Levon has in store. Levon goes e3 as well, e4 is the other move here, leading to a very sharp play, but everybody's played e3 here. c5, bishop takes c4. This position is very, very similar to a line of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Let's say this. But the difference is the white pawn is already on a4, which has pros and cons. It's weakening the b4 square, it's impeding a6, b5. But Svidler has apparently decided that this is a very playable position. And he's ready to repeat it for the 3rd time around. Of course, now people are ready for it. He's gonna have to deal with Levon's homework. We'll see how it goes. Bishop e7, and at first sight a slightly slow move here. The move bishop to e3, not the most active, I believe, yeah. Nakamura played queen e2 directly, leaving this pawn on prise. So bishop e3 is not the move that causes you sleepless nights here. It's sort of a passive square for the bishop, defending this pawn, which didn't really need defending and then to go queen e2. But I do suspect that Levon has a point, or at the very least his point is to get Mr. Svidler out of book, because probably bishop e3, as mentioned, is not the move you direct most of your attention to. Scrolling through the chat, there's some questions where our friend Luke van Vele is. He's left me because he's going to play in the Grenke Open in Karlsruhe, where he's trying to win the first cash prize of 10,000 euros. Best of luck to Lucky Boy, it was great having him around. But today it's just me talking rapidly about openings. So get used to it. We have some more games. We do have... I said I was going to do predictions. I'm terrible at predictions, but I still will. Aronian Svidler, I'm going with a draw. Topalov Caruana, I am going with a draw as well. Anand against Karjakin. Let's cheat and look at the position first before we predict. Okay, the position looks boring, so I'll predict a draw and then I'll get into it some more. Then we have Mr. Giri, Mr. 100% when it comes to draws against Hikaru Nakamura, not Hikaru's tournament. Bunch of losses, only one victory against Vaseline Topalov. And they play a line I'm having some fatigue of this line already. It feels like the Berlin, like this Juco piano where everybody's so excited now to play this move A4 as if it was the reinvention of the wheel, because you can put the knight on A3 and then C2 and then play a boring position. However, it has had some success. This is the maneuver that Vishy Anand used to defeat Levan Aronian. Magnus Carlsen used it to defeat Mickey Adams in London, I believe, the London Chess Classic. Wesley So, I believe, was the first to play it regularly. So clearly top players have decided that this is a serious try against the, whatever we call it, Juco piano. We've seen different move orders here. Levan Aronian decided to start with bishop a7, which is good prophylaxis against d4. The problem is that this bishop is very likely to get exchanged anyway, so if you already moved it before, it can sometimes be loss of half a tempo. But Nakamura starts with castles and Giri makes a bit of a waiting move, rook to e1. Now he goes bishop to a7. When my guess is that Giri sticks with the program and goes for this knight a3, knight c2 stuff, either immediately or after first playing h3 to avoid anything jumping to g4. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if Giri manages to maintain his perfect draw score, but seriously speaking, Giri really needs a win in this game if he wants to have any chance to win the tournament and get closer to the leaders. Let's have a brief look at the standings, if I have them somewhere. Here they are. We see Fabiano Caruana 6 out of 10, Sergei Karjakin 6 out of 10, Vishy Anand and Levan Aronian half a point behind are gonna be looking for wins today in their white games to join the leaders. Anish Giri, a lot of draws, but still within striking distance of the top two. Peter Svidler, Hikaru Nakamura and Vaseline Topalov will find it very hard to join the lead with only 4 games to go. I would guess it's mathematically impossible for Topalov and Nakamura, but for Svidler it's also very far away. So the only game I have not yet talked about in great detail is the game between Vishy Anand and Sergei Karjakin, who's so far been unbeatable in this tournament. Karjakin won 2 games, one against Nakamura, where Nakamura, you might remember in this Queen's Indian, in a bad position, but went kamikaze with knight takes g3. That didn't work very well. And the other one against Vishy himself, where he chose a clever opening, posed some problems, and Anand could not handle it. But this time around it's Anand with white, and that's been a different animal in this tournament. Anand with white, 3 wins, no losses, while with black, no wins, 2 losses. He goes for the Ruy Lopez after one brief outing with the Italian as well. And as most people, pretty much everybody except Peter Svidler, who's faced the Ruy Lopez, Karjakin goes for the Berlin Wall. d3 has been the weapon of choice in this tournament. Castles, knight takes e4. Probably everybody thought, you know what, I only have like 6 weeks to prepare for this candidates tournament. Do I really want to spend them looking at this endgame? It seems like the conclusion everywhere has been no. Vishy goes d3. He's already played this against Topalov, won against Topalov in round number 1. In this line, bishop c5, c3, sticks to his guns, not tempted by the Fabiano Caruana approach. Bishop takes c6. c3, short castles, d6. And we see a new chapter in the endless exchange of subtleties here. The main line has become knight bd2, knight e7, d4, e takes d, c takes d, bishop b6. That's, if I remember correctly, is what Anand played in the first round against Topalov. Rookie 1 here. Where black has been fine theoretically, but they've still asked some questions. And this time around, Anand decides to delay the move knight bd2 and play the move h3 instead. Pretty useful move as well, covering the d4 square, the g4 square, which will come in handy. And Karjakin goes for the en vogue maneuver knight e7, intending to make his way to g6. I've talked about this ad nauseum. This knight on c6 is the problem piece for black in the structure. So if you can get it somewhere without making any big concessions, you tend to be fine. But knight e7 does make the concession that it allows white to occupy the center now that this knight is a little far away from the action by going d4. Karjakin, rightly in this position, decides not to take on d4. Here the difference would be, since this knight hasn't moved yet, it could jump to c3, which is a much nicer square than d2 compared to the knight bd2 line I showed earlier. But since e4 is not defended right now, you can go bishop b6, and d takes e5 is fairly harmless after knight takes e4. Just leads to the exchange of center pawns. So you have to defend this guy, and the point, which I've also seen in a recent game, but I can't remember what game that was, is to not go knight bd2, but to start with bishop to d3. Here black has a white choice. Knight g6 is the natural move. That's about it. But Karjakin instead decides to blast the center wide open by going d6 to d5. Forcing the exchange of the central pawns after all. And after knight takes e5, knight takes e4, we get a structure that's more typical for the Petrov defense or the exchange French or the rook to e1 Berlin, for example. Here, you very often end up with this type of structure after black puts his pawn on d5, and white's hopes for an advantage are based on his slightly better piece placement. However, we are dealing with Sergei Karjakin here, so he's seen worse. That's always the default assumption, that Karjakin can't lose any position. But Vichy, especially in simple positions with white in these 1e4 positions, he's been lethal in this tournament. For him, it's going to be a big question how he's going to react to yesterday's loss. He doesn't like to lose, as we all know, only said 1 or 2 words in the press conference afterwards. But he's shown his ability to come back from losses the very next day, especially with the white pieces. And if he manages to do so, that of course changes the situation in the tournament quite drastically. Here we got it. There's been a lot of back and forth. Vichy and Levon were both in the lead. Now Caruana is there. The only guy who's been in the lead throughout is Sergei Karjakin, who's been stuck on +2 for quite a while now. So knight d2, offering to exchange these knights when after knight takes d2, bishop takes d2. It's not a big deal, but this knight on e5 is nice, and this bishop on b6 is not ideal. It would much rather be on d6, because from b6 you need still like 2 tempi to put it on a decent square, or you have to go c5 to undermine the center, but that means you accept playing with an isolated pawn on d5, which you normally don't want to, unless you really have to. Probably because of all these great reasons I just gave, Sergei Karjakin decided to put the knight back to d6, nice square for the knight, keeping tabs on the f5 square, c4 square, the e4 square, slightly less importantly, the b5, e8, c8 and f7 squares. And I just like to draw, that's why I did this. Vichy's played knight to b3 here, curious decision. Knight to f3 strikes me as a little more natural, but probably didn't like that then black can go f6, and his knight from e5 can't really retreat to f3, but would have to go to sort of an artificial square on g4, when after bishop f5 not much is going on. Therefore, he got his knight out of the way. Here, you need to move the knight in order to develop the bishop, probably to f4. And I guess he's intending to meet f6 with knight to f3. But the more I look at this, the less excited I am about Vichy's chances to put pressure here. This frankly feels pretty equal to me. Bishop f4, and you can still argue, yeah, this bishop is slightly misplaced. This square could be a slight weakness, but it just feels like so little. Let's say takes, knight to g6, then goes c6, eventually bishop c7. Looks equal to me. Instead, it seems like Mr. Karjakin has decided to start with c6. Same story, you need c6 sooner or later, creating this square for the bishop, and it seems like he's not afraid of this knight, doesn't want to kick it away all that early. I was thinking about queen h5 here, trying to threaten checkmate in one move, but it looks like black is in time to just go bishop f5, since he's covering the f5 square twice. Not much to be gained from this. So I would expect Anand to play a natural move like rook to e1, bishop to f4, maybe even a4. But it's not a position to get terribly excited about between you and me, because I know you are watching. Let's bring up our little cartoons, if I can find them anywhere. Sorry, this is gonna be another graphic designer Jan episode. I'm sure you enjoy those. Here we have Vichy Anand and Sergei Karjakin. Score between them, not big. Of course, Anand lost a game in the first lap. That was his first ever loss to Sergei Karjakin. He's defeated him twice in the past. One of those games I remember was very beautiful, neither of Sicilian. But in fairness, it has to be said that Karjakin was pretty young at the time of that game. That's how you gotta do it. You gotta beat them when they're young. Like my victory against Fabiano Caruana. Do you think I scored it when he was like 23 or when he was like 15? You only have one guess, and I think you probably got it right. Here we have Vaseline Topalov. Apologies if you're offended by the cartoon of Topalov against Fabiano Caruana. Apologies if you're offended by that one as well. They do have a pretty loop-sided score. Topalov has been struggling against Fabiano, which I'm sure is going to give high hopes to the Fabiano supporters. And I'm still trying to make up my mind if this is vintage Topalov, one of these hidden ideas. Queen a4, a very rare move that the computer doesn't understand, but that put a lot of pressure, or if it was more of a bluff and he was checking if Fabiano knew the move rook a7. Even though I'm not sure this is the only move, rook b8 or queen c6 also very much come to mind. But let's look at the position they have now. Rook a7, h3, takes, and queen c6, important move. This knight is hanging, it can't really move because this knight is also hanging. And if you take on b5, white will go knight takes b5, adding the rook on a7 to the list of pieces that are under attack. Therefore, queen c6 is a stronger move. His point is, if white takes, which first sight is the most obvious move, then black goes knight takes c6, h takes g4. Now black is even a pawn down for now, but this bishop does not have a lot of scope after the move e6, e5. Turns out it's got nowhere to go. Bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, g5, and it's trapped. Therefore, you will not be able to do this, and Topalov instead played the move h takes g4, And now the game gets exciting, because that's what I was speculating about. Is this a vintage Topalov effort beyond computer horizon? Queen takes h1, queen takes e5. Computer says it's fine, but you're only an exchange up. You have your queen on h1. White has very speedy development with long castles, and this looks pretty scary actually. Now the question is, does black have any other options? If queen takes b5, knight takes b5, you're just losing material. Can't do that. If knight f3 check, the king just goes somewhere, and white is a pawn up with a good position. So this also looks pretty bad. One option that might be clever actually is to move knight d3 check, intending after bishop takes d3 to now play queen takes h1 with check. And if white has to retreat, go bishop f1 in order to keep his rook, which he probably has to do, bishop f1, then the queen re-enters the business, and this looks like a better version of the line I just showed. Knight d3. Cunning little move to gain like half a tempo. And this position, let's think. Black is an exchange up. He has a rook against a knight, and if I count correctly, one pawn, but my pawn counting skills aren't great, so I have to do it manually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, black has 6, so yeah, it's an exchange for one pawn, which is a small material advantage for black. The question is there enough initiative to compensate for that? I don't know, long castles looks like a move. But I have a feeling that Caruana should be okay here. I don't see anything too terrible happening to him. So maybe it's sort of a bluff by Topalov. If Caruana finds all these moves, he's probably thinking, okay, I'm not that much worse. I'm probably active enough to make a draw. While if he doesn't, if, for example, instead of this knight d3, which is not the most obvious move in the world, he goes queen takes h1, then I guess white's initiative can become pretty serious with threats like queen to b8, in general with the queens on the board. If black went queen c6 now, white would already start squeezing by going queen b8. Let's say rook somewhere, bishop to g2, and this is not gonna go well for black. So there's dangers, and it looks like Fabi did take on h1. He did not go for this knight d3 check, and Topalov, instead of the move I was expecting, queen takes e5, took with the bishop on e5. Looks like he's still blitzing, so it's probably all part of his homework. It's a confusing move to me, because I would think that the idea would be to avoid the exchange of queens here, now that we've sacrificed material. And after bishop e5, black can go queen c6, offering this, when I have a feeling black should be fine. So I'm very surprised if this is correct, that he did not take with the queen on e5, which looked more challenging to me. Then again, it does seem like vintage Topalov homework here, so I'm not gonna question it just yet. Just gonna give my, it's not even 2 cents, give my cent. That sounded weird too. I meant C-E-N-T, not S-C-E-N-T. Let's check in with the chat. There's too much action in the chat, so it's very hard to keep track because it's just too much. Chicago Dave says the position is very unpleasant for Caruana. I agree, he's run into some homework. It's very move by move-ish. I'm not sure if it's objectively unpleasant. Like queen c6 is the first move that comes to my mind. There are probably alternatives. The computer wants to play this move, which I do not think you venture in a practical game. And I'm a little surprised that he took on h1 so quickly, because this check looked like it was winning half a tempo. Takes, and if the bishop has to go back to f1, we have the same position as in the game actually, with the bishop on f4 instead of e5. And yeah, I thought this version was quite fine for black. But I also think that after bishop takes e5, which as mentioned surprised me, queen c6, black is fine. Maybe it's some subtle long-term compensation plot, which is a little over my head. The Frog is saying, Caruana's in a minefield now. I was taught how to pronounce that username earlier. It's apparently some whiskey, but I forgot. The Frog? Oh, I'll go with Le Frog. Misspelled Le Frog, but I think that's how the liquor is called. Yeah, it's nice home preparation. I'm just very confused why Topalov wouldn't take with the queen on e5. Maybe he didn't like d6 when after queen b5 black developed with tempo, but d6, queen d4, you hit that rook. Looks pretty good for white. Anyway, it's good to see Topalov showing some homework and coming to fight, because with his score, what was it, -3, 3.5 out of 10, you could also just shut down if you were him and say, you know what, I'm gonna play some drawish line off the Berlin and make you try to spice it up with black if you want to play for a win. But he's still in it to fight. And came up with an interesting idea, which I'm kind of annoyed at myself that I've never looked at this, because I've spent a lot of time here after knight fg4 trying to make something work. All these dumb moves, queen a4, queen b3, e3, a6, h3. Nothing really worked, but this queen a4 at least opens a new chapter in the discussion of this opening. Rook a7 clearly is the computer move, and Fabiano was not surprised, because else, yeah, not the first move you think of. After h3, ab, queen b5, queen c6, I would guess Fabiano's preparation ended somewhere here, where the computer says black is fine, so you don't bother further. Topalov did look further, went for hg, queen h1, bishop e5, with a mess. Let's have a look at Vichy's position. People are talking about it. I don't know why I sometimes resort to made-up accents. It does make a lot of sense, frankly. Knight b3, c6, and knight to c5. Curious move. Not what I had expected, because I had expected quite development moves. What's the knight doing on c5? If black does the obvious thing, f6, knight f3, I guess one point of the knight on c5 is that you can no longer play the strategically desirable exchange of bishops, bishop f5, because there is a bit of a hole on e6, and that hole will be filled by the white knight with problems ensuing. So I guess it's sort of prophylaxis against the black plan of f6 and bishop f5. Black can, however, start with bishop f5, since he didn't weaken that e6 square yet. I'm not quite sure how white can maintain the initiative here. Maybe Vichy just wants to play something like bishop f4 and now recapture with the c knight, but that once again allows f6. It all seems very little to me. You can't take with the queen, of course, but at some point you have to start worrying about black chopping this knight off, putting his own knight on e4. This is another position that strikes me as quite equal. So we'll see if Vichy manages to grind water out of the stone that is Sergei Karjakin in this tournament. For now, I'm feeling quite confident in my draw prediction, because the pawn structure is symmetrical, so the only problem black has to solve is how to neutralize the slightly more active white pieces. And we do know that Sergei Karjakin is very well versed at neutralizing. Let's go to Mr. Anish. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm still here. I'm looking for Anish's cartoon. Here we are. Nah. Don't block my face, Mr. Giri. Let's not overdo the cartoon action. So, to my great surprise, after I was slightly expressing my boredom with this modern plan of knight a3, knight c2, Giri didn't go for it, but he's played it old school, taken the other route, knight bd2, intending to go to f1 and then g3 or e3. It's a very standard Italian position. Black has two main plans here. One is to play bishop e6, either immediately or after preparing it with rook to e8 to neutralize his white bishop. Let's say knight f1, bishop to e6, which is a very reliable approach. And the other is to do what Karjakin has been doing against Vichy, the standard knight maneuver in all these lines, to go knight e7, headed towards g6, and that's the approach Nakamura has taken. From personal experience, I've played both these plans. I fared better with the more solid rook e8, bishop e6 in an equalizing sense, because it's knight on g6, knight f1, knight g6. The black pieces are fine here, but there's still the potential that white comes first, opening the center with d4. That's, for example, what happened in the Vichy against Levon game. White gets a very tiny edge, but still an edge once in a while. So knight g3, c6, all of this standard stuff. Now white has to worry about black being first with d6, d5. Therefore he retreats his bishop. Why he goes to a2 and not b3, we will never know. And now Hikaru decides it's time to challenge this guy, since it's moved once, and play bishop e6. When Anish is gonna have to decide what structure he wants to play. To my mind, I'm always reluctant to go bishop e6 when I have to recapture with a pawn here. I am always slightly concerned about stuff like this. Takes and d4, takes. And if you can't stabilize the situation in the center quickly, these pawns on e6 and d6 can be a little vulnerable. So if you end up here, normally you want to think about a move like d5. But there could be some mild pressure here, like queen c2, targeting this guy. This guy a little weak, d takes e4, knight takes e4, doesn't look fully equal. So I believe there is some hopes for a tiny edge here for white if he takes and goes d4. But that is off the top of my head. I have never looked at this position. But I'm surprised that he mixes this plan of knight to g6 with the plan of bishop to e6, because normally you go either or, and with the position here on board, it's more natural or more typical, to my mind, to play d5, not bishop e6. d5 you have to make sure it works, but I think it does. ed, knight d5, there's normally this typical trick that here white did not win a pawn, but instead he runs into the powerful bishop f2, king f2, queen f6 check, picking up the rook. And if you cannot take on e5, this position is very close to equal. In fact, I think it's equal. So I would have done this in Nakamura's shoes. But as I like to say, before you criticize someone, try walking a mile in their shoes. Because then, when you criticize them, you'll be a mile away and you'll have their shoes. Not sure how often I should make this joke. Probably once per broadcast is fine. Fish and Chips says, Jan, don't drink on stream. It's just coffee. I need to stay caffeinated. But I'm sorry that it disturbs your viewing pleasure. Fish and Chips. Wow, a lot of stuff going on in the chat. Whom are we talking about? Johan Cruyff died? I didn't know that. Rest in peace. That's sad. Dutch football legend. Cruyff. And no, there's no sidekick today, or I'm nobody's sidekick today, but there will be Grandmasterly reinforcements tomorrow. Today, Luke Van Vele has departed to play in the Karlsruhe Open, and people thought, you know what, I'm sick of doing this show with Jan. He's narcissistically blabbering by himself all the time anyway. So why even sit there? Let's have him do it by himself. So that's what happened today. But tomorrow I got a new victim. Anish wants to victimize Hikaru Nakamura. He has taken on e6 and played d4, which struck me as the logical continuation. And I believe he's a little better. I honestly do not like this bishop e6 move. I think d5 is the way to go here. And if you don't want to do that, you can play some slow move like rook e8. Then white goes d4. And you play the such a position, which is maybe a little better for white, but nothing special. But d5 strikes me as the critical move here. In the game, as mentioned, this structure, it's nice if black gets some very quick initiative on the king side along the f-file, but with a knight already on g3, that's very unlikely to happen. And yeah, I think this is unpleasant for Hikaru. So let's sum up the openings so far. Anish with a small advantage against Nakamura. He's gonna be happy. Topalov showing some serious homework, even though I'm confused by bishop takes c5. Since this allowed queen c6, which was played. Now he's played bishop d4. Topalov an exchange down. He likes sacrificing exchanges, so it's not like he thinks, oh my god, I'm material down, I have to do something quickly. He has a very good feeling for when there is enough compensation. And I believe his instincts told him here there is. He's played bishop d4. He's probably still in his homework. His point is takes. This rook doesn't have any good square to go. Runs into forks here and here. Well, if it goes here, it will probably get hunted down with bishop c3, rook a4, b3. Forcing it to step into the fork. Not going to be able to do it, therefore he can't exchange queens. He has to move the rook, I would guess here. When Topalov has a second shot at keeping queens on the board, he could go queen h5. Tending to go c5, bishop b5. And this is going to heat up. I'm not sure about the evaluation, but it's clear that Fabiano ran into Vasilin's homework, and that's always an unpleasant thing at this level. As we've seen yesterday when Anand ran into Fabiano's homework, you have to take the first punch, try to survive, and then I don't know how to finish that thought, but it's no good if you run into your opponent's home preparation, and I have a feeling Topalov is still in it. So anxious moments for Team Fabi. Let us go back to our friend Peter Svidler. I'm not gonna plug his video series too much today. If he wins, I'll intensify the plugging. He has not played his beloved Grunfeld, and one reason, this is me speculating, I haven't asked him about this. One reason why he hasn't played it is because he was too honest in his Grunfeld series and he's shared all his secrets, and it's not ideal if your opponent in the candidates tournament can look at your repertoire video series while preparing for you. So Svidler has come up with a new opening for this candidates tournament, the Slav, and this rare line with d takes c4, a4, e6, and he's been doing pretty well with it. Today it's his third outing and he has to survive the Levan Aronian onslaught. Levan Aronian, bit of a wounded animal after his, no insult meant whatsoever, after his last two games. Sometimes that can make him more dangerous. It could also mean that he's crumbling under the pressure, as some people have said he has in the previous two candidate tournaments. Svidler's played this plan with knight to b4, trying to go to d5. That's one of the pluses of having the white pawn on a4. The b4 square is very accessible for black, but I gotta say, I'm not sure I like the way he's played. I'll explain my case in a minute. To my mind, b6 was, well, I don't know this opening, but b6 looked quite logical. Knight to b4, knight to e5, bishop to d7. This is fairly standard idea. To put the bishop on c6, have as many pieces as possible, controlling the d5 square. After rook a d1, he's played the move knight b to d5, and I strongly dislike this move. And I'm saying that because I've done the same thing. It's the most natural move. You want to put this knight on d5 and want to put the bishop on c6 and have a grip on the d5 square. But I've played in a very similar position this idea against, I believe, German Grandmaster Philipp Schlosser, and I was very unhappy with it because it allows this move, which I think Levon just played. He started with bishop c1, bishop c6, rook to d3. This rook swing along the third rank, and I believe this is very, very, very dangerous. Not sure I used enough varies there. If the rook arrives to g3 or h3, especially g3. Therefore, I strongly dislike this knight bd5 move. I think in such a position you have to put the other knight on d5, go knight fd5, keep control of the d3 square, and then go bishop to c6. Of course, I could be wrong. This is really me making up stuff as I go along, but I have a bad feeling about this, very bad feeling, and I'm slightly surprised Svidler does this. He's not that experienced in these isolated queen's pawns positions. As a rule of thumb, you really do not want to allow this rook swing if there's anything you can do about it. Rook to d3. I hope he proves me wrong, as mentioned. I am slightly biased on this program, because Peter Svidler, of course, has been a good friend of mine for many years, and he's also a co-worker on Chess24, so we want him to do well. But I do not think this knight bd5 maneuver helps his chances all that much, because this rook swing is really very, very scary. What are you doing, Peter? There we see the head-to-head between Levon Aronian and Peter Svidler. Pretty balanced. One more win for Levon. These numbers mean wins, draws, losses, and vice versa. +1 overall. Yeah. I don't like what Peter's done here at all. This knight bd5 move, I believe, is a mistake. Because yeah, now all the black pieces are nice, but it's hard to improve them any further. You don't really have a plan. That's at least how I felt in that game I had against Schlosser. Rook c8 is the most natural move, but white just goes rook g3. Everything is defended, and you start to have to worry about threats like bishop h6. If you go king h8, it's also not an ideal move, because this f7 pawn is starting to feel the heat a little bit, and it's quite typical for white to go rook g3, king h8, and then rook h3. Now that this rook has committed to the h-file, there's more unpleasantness in the air, like bishop to d3, bishop to g5. No, I'm a little disappointed. I might be talking nonsense here, but I strongly, strongly feel that knight bd5 is not the way to play this position. People are saying that Svidler needs a brain transplant, which he said as his plans for the free day. I think his brain has been fine for like the first stage of pretty much every game, but his conversion of advantages has just been very, very subpar. Like, if we just count the positions where he was a pawn up in the endgame. I forgot, the tournament has been too long already, but Nakamura, Aronian, Karjakin, Caruana. He didn't win any of those, and you really have to convert an extra pawn once in a while if, you want to win this tournament. I'm not sure if it's nerves, character, whatever, but the positions were certainly there for Peter Svidler, and therefore I believe it was tongue-in-cheek. He said he needs a brain transplant. Maybe he got this brain transplant. This is him with his new brain, but the new brain doesn't really have a cue about isolated queen's pawns positions. Therefore he's went knight bd5, which in my book, and I'm never going to write a book about isolated queen's pawns, is a serious, serious mistake. Maybe he was thinking about just grabbing this pawn, which I haven't even talked about because I haven't noticed it earlier. That could at least justify it. I still think it's dangerous after rook d3, but at least this is a slightly different conversation. So now that I did spot this opportunity, I'm even more confused why he didn't go for this. after committing to this knight bd5. And the position he has now, I'm not sure, I might have said this before, I don't like it much. What's going on in the chat? Luke Snokes says he likes Svidler, but he would love to see Aronian on top of this tourney. Yeah, I'm a big Levon fan as well, and I predicted him to win this event. I thought it was his time. I thought the pressure on him was slightly lower this time around than on previous occasions. He's not the #1 seed, and he was only one of many who was given a shot to win it. He's aged 33 now, so he's a bit more experienced, but still in his prime. Even though you could argue about that, because he hasn't had 2 great years. Anyway, I thought he was a big favorite, and he started, or one of the favorites, he started very well, but as has happened in the last 2 candidates, he could not keep up his pace. He's lost a game to Vishy Anand, which can happen to anybody, but he hasn't won any games. And especially his game yesterday against Veselin Topalov really was a game below his level. He's missed some fairly obvious things for his standards. So it feels a bit that Levon might be shaking. And then again, if he manages to checkmate Peter today, it's a different story and he's right back in the hunt. Peter, of course, saw the looming danger and decided to exchange some pieces at the cost of repairing the white pawn structure. Now white has the so-called hanging pawns, but they're not really hanging here. And he also played bishop d5 to get rid of this bishop, which plays an active role on this diagonal. Sometimes there's knight f7 ideas, especially if white got another move to play rook g3. So he's played bishop d5. I still do not like his position, but it's probably a wise idea to get rid of some pieces if rook g3 or rook h3 both come into consideration here. Then bishop takes c4. Let's say queen takes. At least there is no immediate mate, and the attack is slightly less strong with 2 pieces gone. The price you have to pay is that now white has a very sound structure for these lines. And I still prefer white, but it looks like a good survival mechanism. Let's think about it. If rook h3, maybe rook h3 is more unpleasant actually, because his g7 spot can be defended in the structure with knight e8. But now if the knight moves, let's say we want to regroup it here, then h7 becomes annoyingly vulnerable, queen d3. And if g6, bishop h6, this is not going to end well. So better don't move that knight. Logical move would be queen d5. Of course, black would be more than happy with a queen exchange. That would not happen, however. Queen to d3, queen to e4. Keep trying to offer it. Queen has to go back somewhere. Queen d1 probably. I still don't like it. A lot of activity for white. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe black can just defend with a couple precise moves. Me no likey. DSOAT is explaining that tie breaks are critical at this point. And yeah, let's explain that a little, because they are. So the first tie break is the direct encounter between the 2 players. That, for example, means that Karjakin currently holds the tie break against Vishy Anand. That would change, however, should Vishy Anand beat Karjakin today, then their direct encounter would be even. And the second tiebreak would come into play, which is number of wins and losses. Well, number of wins, but it corresponds to the number of losses if players have the same amount of points. So number of wins, where Vishy is doing very well since he's won 3 games. Would he win today? He would win 4, have won 4, and he would be ahead on tiebreak of Karjakin there. He would be behind Fabiano Caruana, however, because Caruana won their mini-match by scoring 1.5 out of 2. So yeah, tiebreaks are very important. Caruana holds a tiebreak against Vishy. He's still facing Karjakin in the last round. That's gonna be very likely a big last round matchup. Caruana with the black pieces against Sergei Karjakin, the two co-leaders meeting. And I don't know what the third tiebreak is. It's going to complicate it, probably number of wins with black or something. At the moment, I believe their tiebreaks are fairly even, and of course the players will know going to the last round who is in the lead. I think we can trust this table, and Caruana is currently in the lead, but it is subject to change. Not sure it is. Levan Aronian, similar story. He does not hold the tiebreak against anybody so far. He's down against Vichy, but he's still facing the two leaders, and if he beats either of them, he overtakes them by tiebreak. So, stakes is high. Oh, Mr. Trent is in the chat. He's saying he will need to weather the storm today, or they will need to weather the storm today. Lawrence Trent, of course, Fabiano Caruana's manager, mentor, life advisor. And yeah, Fabiano did run into Vasilin Topalov's home preparation. I'm both surprised and mildly annoyed at myself, because I did not know this idea. Well, I do consider this one of my pet lines, this whole territory. But kudos to Vasilin, who came well armed, which is important in this tournament. However, Fabiano Caruana, one of the more resilient defenders out there, as we've seen in his game against Anish Giri, in his game against Peter Svidler. I think he's had some other defensive efforts in this tournament. Even first round against Nakamura, he did not have a great position, but so far he hasn't lost a game. And I would not be surprised if he can weather that storm against Topalov, who's not in peak shape, but who came with some typical Topalov homework here, gave an exchange. Now he's making some slow moves. He's arguing, you know what, rooks are overrated. Those guys aren't doing anything. I can just play this position slowly. I have a pawn for the exchange. Not really sure what a3 is about. Probably he just wants to protect himself from queen b5, knight b5, bishop b4 check. Even though that is still legal, a b4 is not a possibility. So a3, very deep move. Maybe it's just on general grounds. I don't know. I'm also not sure how to evaluate this. I trust Topalov's judgment in such structures, and clearly he's the one who got in the first blow, so I wouldn't be surprised if this position is a little unpleasant for Fabiano. The computer sees it as roughly equal. Doesn't say anything big is happening. Gives a move f6, which looks fairly logical, just in order to develop this bishop without dropping g7. But if you're on unfamiliar ground against a well-prepared, sharp player like Topalov, of course, that is not the most pleasant feeling in the world. Good thing for Fabi that Lawrence Trent confirmed to me that Fabi is not actually human. He is a cyborg, and therefore he does not get nervous. He doesn't have any feelings. He just is looking for the best moves. Lawrence saying this is fine for black. I'm not sure which one he means. In the current position on the board, I don't think it's too bad either, but there is still a lot of play ahead, and it's a very irrational position, which both of these guys should actually like. I do not know the clock situation. I have a feeling Fabiano should be behind on the clock, because he was probably the first to get surprised. Long battle ahead, and we gotta give credit to Topalov. I honestly wouldn't have been surprised had he played whatever, e4, checked if Fabiano wanted to play the Berlin Wall, and played rook e1 or one of the solid lines. Be happy to make a quick draw, because he's not really fighting for tournament victory with his -3 score, but he still came with some home preparation, and he's not afraid to use it, or he doesn't want to save it for a different occasion. Got it in against Fabi. I'm not sure what this a3 move is about. It's the first computer move. Maybe he's just still in book. It's a little too deep for me. I would be thinking about moves like c5, trying to grab more space for my own bishop. But probably it's not a good idea, because it's also restricting this guy. And black could be working with ideas like e6, e5. So Topalov showing he's not in a particular hurry. He's not even too excited about exchanging. No, he doesn't even mind exchanging queens, at least here, because after knight b5 there is a threat. I don't know, you could give a check, king somewhere, and short castle. When it looks like white has nothing direct, but he does have long-term compensation. c5, this is a typical idea in these structures, trying to shut out this bishop on c8, making it hard for black to go b6 and d6. And there is certainly play. I'm thinking while speaking, which is not my forte, so I'll take it easy on the thinking. I was wondering about this position, where black is still in exchange up, but this knight is sort of a kraken. It can't be challenged with rook a6, and there is obvious ways to improve the position. Rook c1, rook c7, bishop c4. So this could actually be unpleasant. Of course, it's by no means forced, and it's not going to happen, but just to orient express myself in this position. This looks unpleasant for black. Let's go to Vichy for a second, even though that is not the most exciting position mankind has ever seen. As mentioned, Vichy is trying to get a small advantage because of his superior piece placement. And I'm not sure I like Mr. Karjakin's move in this position. I'm pretty sure I like the move bishop f5 because it looks very natural to exchange this bishop better than the move knight g6. He's going after this knight, but if Vichy plays fairly logical queen h5, you can never take here because you're getting checkmated here, and you also cannot go bishop f5 anymore because it gets taken. I don't know, knight g6 might have been a mistake. This looks nice for white. Bishop c5, dc5 doesn't change that you cannot take here. Maybe you have to take and go something like knight to e4. Ah yeah, that makes sense actually. That does make a lot of sense. Because now this diagonal is interrupted. Not sure if that's English, but it still is. And if white simplifies, whatever takes. This looks fairly equal. Opposite color bishops, which can be nice if you're going for an attack, but I don't see any big attacks here. No, this looks equal. So I guess that's Karjakin's idea, to take and go knight e4. Very non-standard solution because bishop f5 looked so obvious to me at least. But I might have been a little quick in judging this move to be a mistake. Let's judge Anish Giri a bit. That seems to be the main occupation of the internet these days anyway. He did make 10 draws, even though it wasn't for lack of trying, in most of them at the very least. We've seen this. I've already criticized Hikaru's decision to go bishop e6, which I dislike. Takes and d4. Such positions are normally unpleasant for black. Takes, d5. I've also looked at this earlier. This is the logical way to try to clarify the situation. I was suggesting queen to c2, and I was suggesting this move because that is the move the computer was suggesting. But Anish played a different move, a more direct move, e takes d5, which I will wait a bit for the computer assessment and then judge it. This point is, if e takes d5, which is the first move that comes to mind, then you go queen d3. This knight is under attack and it can't be defended by queen e8 anymore, since the e file is open. Therefore, would have to go somewhere, and if it goes here, black's position becomes worryingly loose. White has access to all these squares. This is just bad, I believe. Therefore, Hikaru should look for different ways to capture on d5. And the two moves that suggest themselves are queen takes or knight takes. Let's start with queen takes. I believe the problem here is once again queen c2, hitting this dude, knight to e7, and now I was gonna say rook e5, but rook e5 might not be that smart because it's forcing this queen away from a vulnerable square. Might be smarter to play deep move like knight e2, threatening knight f4 or knight c3. With a bit of an initiative, the pawn on e6 is weaker than the pawn on d4, and the black king is weaker than the white king. So this, I believe, Anish would be happy to see. Which brings me to the third move. Can you sacrifice this pawn? Is this legal? Knight takes d5, rook takes e6, and now something active. Knight f4, knight h4. Je ne sais pas. Knight f4, I guess, is not very scary. Nah, it is not. Rook e4. There's no follow-up. If you go queen f6, threatening, let's say, this, then white can make use of his a4 move for once. Go rook a3, typical defensive move along the third rank. And yeah, it's just a pawn. So maybe this one, trying to fight off this attacker. If you now go for rook a3, at least I thought I can grab the pawn on d4. Still scary. Yeah, in fact, it doesn't quite work. Because after queen g4, the white initiative becomes overwhelming. Yeah, you can't do this. But can you do something else? Rook a3. You can always pretend it's a marshal and go for quick development. Hope there's compensation in such a position. Takes whatever, rook f8. When black's position is pretty sound, pawn structure-wise and piece placement-wise, but I have a feeling it's not quite enough for the pawn here. There's not a real attack when white goes queen e2, bishop d2. There's not as many pieces left as in your typical marshal. So I do not quite buy this, which means none of these solutions look particularly great after e takes d5, and it seems like a very decent decision by Anish. By the way, the one mistake you could have made here was to play e5, in my opinion, because after knight d7, yeah, you've closed the position. These pieces can't enter the action anymore, and black just has a good French type of position after c6, c5 down the road. So don't do that, but e takes d5 is interesting direct play. Queen c2 or queen d3 also strongly came into consideration. And courtesy of the computer, rook a3, also an interesting move. Lawrence is talking about Topalov's position. He's explaining a3 to me, saying he wants to castle long and not allow rook a2. Yeah, that makes sense. After, let's say, f6, long castles, queen takes b5, knight takes b5. You do not want this rook to capture on a2. Therefore, he went a3. That is a pretty good reason. Another good reason could be he's still in his preparation. This is the computer's suggestion. But yeah, thanks, Lawrence. That makes a lot of sense. And I do agree that f6 is the human move. Lawrence was talking about Svidler's game? I'm so confused. Saying he's not the second of Fabiano. I don't think I said that. And yeah, Svidler, I've talked about earlier, something has gone, in my opinion, wrong in the opening, and I'm surprised about this, because at least for me, this was some sort of aha moment when I did this to myself, and I was assuming Svidler is aware of such stuff, or maybe I'm just being full of myself and just wrong about this. But as mentioned, knight bd5, I strongly dislike giving up this d3 square. I believe in such a position you have to play differently, and if you want to put a knight on d5, it should be the f knight to keep an eye on this guy. Still, Svidler's played this, bishop c6, rook d3, takes on c3, bishop d5, rook g3. Yeah, I couldn't decide if rook g3 or rook h3. Both looked kind of scary. Levon played rook g3, bishop c4, and he decided to go knight c4. Probably didn't like queen c4, queen to d5, winning a tempo because of the threat of exchanging the queens. Knight c4. White is a little better, no question about it. Solid structure, threatening bishop h6. Bishop h6 doesn't win on the spot. You can defend with knight to e8, but it's not a pleasant position. Svidler is going to have to defend and calculate his way out of here. maybe move like queen c7 and hope that this doesn't do any particular damage yet. It's unpleasant, but Levon has to use his initiative for something direct. If he doesn't, and black, whatever, gets 15 free moves to play all this stuff, black is fine. But as mentioned, I was not happy from a Svidler fanboy perspective to see the move knight b to d5. Strikes me as a mistake, frankly. Suki Ray is saying, I'm pointing out questions of the English language. Which one was that? Orient Express? I'm just talking. And go easy on me when it comes to the English language. I'm fairly proficient in the common tongue. But believe it or not, I am German. So it's not my first language, as I'm sure you thought it was. So Svidler in trouble, but still manageable. It's not like he's lost or anything. And I was slightly more concerned about rook h3 than rook g3. Fabiano in trouble, mainly in, running into opponent's preparation trouble. He's played bishop to e7, not f6, which I think would be the natural move. Maybe he'll dislike f6, g5, keeping some pressure, because takes. There's always this fork to be reckoned with. Yeah, this looks a little unpleasant, even though king f7, I don't really see a direct follow-up. Still, he's played bishop e7, very direct approach, offering this g7 pawn. But of course, his idea is to meet bishop g7 with rook g8, when he can possibly take back the pawn on g4. Bishop d4, let's say rook g4. Rook g4 directly doesn't work. Interesting. Because of queen h5. And all of a sudden, white switches to attacking. Not going to be able to do it. Therefore, you have to do something else here. But if you have to do something else, white has 2 pawns for the exchange, which is a lot of pawns. Queen b5, knight b5. It's always the same problem, that this fork is going to fork up Fabiano's plans, so you can't really do that. I don't know. Computer gives rook g5. Sort of an artificial move, probably a clever move, because if white has to take here, then the black pawn structure improves. And white has enough material here, but I should really think first once in a while. The bishop e2, e5, you win the g4 pawn, so that's no good. And if you go f3, then black can probably activate and have a decent position as well. So what I'm saying is, after rook g5, I missed this move. You should not take on c6, but probably keep the queens on the board. Queen b3, rook g4. Now this is possible, and we get a position like this, where black has to start worrying a little about his king. That's why I'm a bit skeptical about Fabiano's idea to go bishop e7. He's going for activity. He wants his rook out there, but the king is a little open. So it's an exciting game. I'm sure Mr. Manager is very nervous about it, as you should be, because stakes is high, as I've mentioned. There is the lead tight between Caruana and Karjakin, 4 rounds to go, so every game is incredibly important at this stage. Anand, Aronian, and even Giri still in with a shot to win this tournament. I'm gonna go on a short bathroom break. This time it's not a lie to go smoking. I really need to hit. You don't want to know. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and I probably will sneak out for a cigarette too. But don't tell anybody. Stay tuned. See you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to our live coverage of the Moscow candidates, round number 11. I'm Veronica Corningstone reporting for Chess24 News, so let's jump straight back into the action because we've had some moves, especially the game Topalov Caruana, of course, very relevant for the standings. Not so much for Veselin Topalov, he just wants to pick up his first victory, but for Fabiano Caruana. And Queen h5 has been played, not the obvious bishop takes g7. Topalov decides to keep the queens on the board now that bishop e7 has played, threatening to take and asking Fabiano to take a tough decision. First move that comes to mind is castles, but you gotta be a little worried with this queen so close to your king. Bishop to d3. If you go g6, queen h6, this is already looking like trouble. You gotta go f6, but here I guess brute force just wins. How do we win this? Yeah, probably just long castles, tending to go e4, g5 also in the air. No, this doesn't look playable. And it's even smarter, according to Compy Boy, to start with e4 with the lethal threat of long castles followed by rook h1 checkmate. Typical dilemma for black in such positions is you can't really go rook g8 because queen h6 check is a problem. So if you castle and go bishop d after bishop d3, it looks like black has to play h6, but this looks very, very scary. g5, for example. Not sure if g5, but the whole position that just looks extremely unappealing. Even long castles. I don't like this one bit for black. The white attack just seems to be extremely strong, and there's many options. f4, long castles, g5. g5 if bishop takes g5. Then f4 with tempo. The bishop has to go somewhere. Let's say bishop e7. The white attack just rages on. Here queen g4, threatening mate again. If black has to go f6, then queen to g6. This looks dangerous. So Fabiano has a very hard decision to make. Let's see what other options he has. You can't allow bishop g7 followed by queen h7, so you gotta do something about your g-pawn. g6 doesn't help because queen h6, once again, targets his rook. One possible move, it's not a pretty move to play, could be king to f8. At least this rook stays here defending the h7 pawn. But the problem with this is you're not going to connect your rooks anytime soon, and white just has very nice long-term compensation. Now might be a good time to go for this c5 move. No, I believe Caruana's in trouble. This does look dangerous and very interesting. Possibly good decision by Topalov to not go for the bird in the hand, if that's an expression, with bishop g7, but to go all out for the attack with queen h5, refusing to exchange queens now. What's going on? Vishy's winning, I'm reading in the chat. I doubt it. Let's see. No, he's not winning. They've played this line, which I was talking about earlier. Knight g6 looked a little strange, and I was wondering what he intends to do after queen h5, what Karjakin intends to do. But yeah, he's gone for this simplifying operation, takes a knight to e4, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook d1. We've looked at this, queen e7. And no, white is not winning. Knight takes g6, h takes g, queen e2 looks like normal play. But after, yeah, just queen c5, queen e4, bishop e6 or bishop f5. Let's say bishop f5. The position is too simplified for white to have any real chances here. And this, frankly, should end in a quick draw. Unless Vishy can unleash some magic here, but it doesn't seem to be there. I don't think he has anything. One move you could think about if you want to keep the game going is knight to c4, covering the c5 pawn from the side and intending to put this knight on d6. This might be the most ambitious choice. That's a little double-edged because black can go f5 and keep his majority on the king side intact. Start rolling. The knight can go to d6, sure, but after, I don't know, you could go for the direct f4. But even if you played bishop e6 here, I would think that black is alright. maybe it's smart not to allow bishop g5 and to go for this double-edged play. I have a feeling Vichy's not gonna be in the mood for it, and he's gonna take on g6 when Caruana should... No, sorry, not Caruana. I keep mixing up these cars. I struggle like with the differences between Porsche and Ferrari as well, so Karjakin and Caruana, pretty much the same thing to me. I'm not sure whom I offended more with this statement, probably both. Still, Karjakin should be alright here after knight g6, hg. You could also go queen g5, but it's all just a draw. Takes f6, bishop anywhere, wherever, bishop e6. Nah. You can't win such a position, especially not against Karjakin, but frankly against no one in the field. So it looks like Karjakin is gonna continue his undefeated streak, while Vichy, I do not think, can rejoin the leaders just yet. The Frog is asking, can Black take with the f-pawn? He can, but he shouldn't. It's just weakening his structure. Now queen g5, the winning chances are still slim, but they are there, because here, yeah, the black structure is really not very pretty, and White would just put his bishop on e3 and then slowly try to make something happen on the queen side. It should still end in a draw, but it strikes me as a bad idea. Even queen e2 here, then I guess the point is that after queen takes c5, you can't take on e4 immediately, but you can go rook d4. And in these positions with opposite color bishops, activity tends to be more important than pawns. Here Black's king is a little loose, so no, I just dislike fg, and I don't expect it to happen. Let's check back in with Mr. Giri. e5, it does look like Nakamura played the move I was condemning earlier. E takes d5, queen takes d3 has been played, targeting this weakish knight, and you can't defend it with king h7, because this pin is gonna decide the game. For example, knight e4, knight takes g6, king takes g6. It's not a very complicated line. Knight e4, de, queen e4, king f7, and murder she wrote. Therefore, the knight had to move, queen d3. The knight went to e7. Well, structurally black is fine, but there is problems with piece activity. It seems like Anish is thinking here. Bishop d2 looks like a very good move, introducing the idea of bishop b4 while connecting his rooks. And now this is very unpleasant. I guess the best black has here is to play the strange maneuver bishop b8 in order to mate bishop b4 with bishop d6. But even this position is suspect. This is a thinking break. Here, targeting this, takes, and all of a sudden there's two units hanging. Maybe you have to play some passive move like knight to c8, but it all looks bad. And now rook e6 here. Anish is bringing the heat. And not crazy heat, he's not sacrificing any material. But it's just a pleasant position. I like bishop d2. You could also argue about b3, bishop a3, but bishop d2 seems more natural because it's connecting the rooks and also leaving the queen free to go to a3, which we've just seen in the last line. Hikaru is going to have to be very careful to not collapse here. I have a feeling, if I had to predict right now, I'd go with the Giri victory. I know that sounds like blasphemy in the church of draws, but he would not mind. Hikaru has had a shaky tournament. He is under pressure here. This looks like a very good scenario for Giri. And if Giri wins, once again, let's say everybody else draws, he's within half a point of the leaders. So Giri's not out of the race just yet. Just because he didn't win for 10 games in a row doesn't mean he can't win the tournament. back to Lev. Lev on Aronian attacking our friend Peter Svidler. Peter decided to play g6 here before anything bad happens, connected to bishop h6. What was I looking at, like queen c7 or something? He played g6. Levon decided to immediately have his knight rejoin the action, and Peter challenged it by going knight d7. Not sure knight e5 was needed. Something like this, rook e8. I was gonna say rook b1, but I'm not sure it's a very juicy target. So no, knight e5 is logical enough. Knight to d7, you gotta start exchanging some attackers before it's too late. Bishop h6, rook e8 forced, and Levon's played f4 with the obvious intention to meet knight takes e5 with f takes e5, which would ask some very unpleasant questions on the f-file, probably questions that black can't really answer, which means that you should not take on e5. f4, of course, is a little double-edged. It's weakening his king, it's cutting off the retreat for this bishop, and it's not really an attacking move in itself, because f5 doesn't look to be realistic anytime soon. But Levon's going for it, and he had to avoid piece exchanges. An alternative was to put this knight on this goofy square, maybe intending to move this bishop away and giving a check. f4 is very consistent. Peter has to decide what to do. First move that comes to my mind is bishop to f6. However, that might not threaten anything. You still don't want to go bishop e5 after fe, nor knight e5. So I'm not sure how much that helps. Another question is, how does white want to break through? Because black, well, he does have useful moves to play. Queen c7, rook c8, see what happens. So things don't look too bad for Peter. He could maybe also contemplate bishop f8, trying to exchange this bishop. I don't know, I have a feeling that the worst might be over and that Levon maybe missed a chance. Maybe here, maybe rook h3 was better than rook g3. Maybe queen c4 was an option instead of knight c4, because we've seen this knight had to return to e5 instantly. So it does look to me like Peter should defend successfully now. He's played bishop f8, trying to get rid of this dude. If bishop takes f8, I guess rook takes, but then white doesn't have a lot of attackers left. This knight can even return to f6. This does not seem all that scary. So possibly the most challenging is bishop g5, hoping for f6, knight takes d7, which is good for white. But if black instead goes queen here, the position remains complicated. I would guess Levon's going for this, and I would guess he's going for broke here with h4, h5, trying to add new attackers when the position is still very messy and maybe still dangerous. Catching up with the chat. Sorry, I can't really follow this. Too much stuff happening. Someone's saying Fabo is not in trouble. I beg to differ. He's played king f8, which I think is the best move, because short castles just looked too scary after bishop d3 or long castles. The white attack just plays itself, so he had to go king f8. But yeah, that means his rooks will stay disconnected for a long time. Topalov played long castles, not a move approved by Mr. Comp. Mr. Comp wanted c5. Long castles, and Fabi is going to play d6 or b6. That's what c5 would have made harder to achieve. I still prefer white's position, but it's going to be a big fight. Here, however, yeah, this is your material advantage. You have this rook against this bishop, and it doesn't really feel like an advantage. No, I think Fabi's in trouble. I'm not sure about the degree of trouble. Computer is happy with black's position, but over the board, I'd much rather be white, and I hate sacrificing, so that means something. Not sure it does. He's played b6, trying to bring this bishop out over here, when I guess white should also develop, go bishop d3, hinting at bishop e4 ideas. Caruana will play bishop b7, at least getting closer to finishing his development. Topalov still has to find a way to threaten something, because the good thing about king f8 is that the king side is quite well defended now, and it's not obvious how to make progress there. So maybe you just do nothing. Maybe you go here. Maybe you still play f4. It's complicated. I'm sure that's the insights you guys want to hear. Complicated position. Who would have thought? I still like white's chances, but it looks like Fabi is back in beast defender mode, making all the good moves. King f8, long castles, b6. And the computer's on his side. It says 0, 0, 0 now after some contemplating. I like white's position, but Topalov is still gonna have to overcome the huge defensive abilities of Fabiano Caruana, and it looks like there's no direct way through. g5, can we go g5 and then like plan bishop g7, queen h6, bishop d3, rook h1? Probably won't all happen. Let's say bishop b7. Bishop d3. Still a scary position. Let's say. Because one day this might be a threat. And also, yeah, still a problem. If you can't develop this rook ever, you're not really material up in the area of play that matters. Now this is gonna... it's already a strong candidate for game of the day. Even though the Aronian attack is also gonna get interesting. What's not gonna get interesting is the game Anand against Karjakin. They have reached this endgame I was talking about. Well, what can I tell you that you don't already know? It's equal pawns. You go g5, bishop f5, or you do whatever you like, basically. Bishop e6 also strikes me as fine. Even though, no, I like this better, because if you go here, rook d4, you might have to play f5, which is not ideal positionally. Now this bishop can go here. It's going to be harder to challenge on the d-file. So that's best to be avoided. Even though objectively I think even if we gave this pawn such a position, should also just be a draw. And there's further exchanges coming. You don't want to do this, and you don't have to. But I think the white winning chances here are very slim as well. Still, I like this plan, intending to go bishop f5, and you need to start with g5, because if you start with bishop f5, it's met with g4. This bishop has to retreat along this diagonal. Well, I'd rather have it on this diagonal. But no, this game is gonna end in a draw, or I'd be very surprised. I wouldn't be very surprised, as mentioned, if Mr. Giri scores his first victory today. He's played bishop d2, Nakamura has played bishop b8, intending to mate bishop b4 with bishop d6. But that is still a very valid option. And now this move looks clever. Bishop b4, queen b4 with a double attack. So black has to play a less than active move like knight to c8. And now white can choose how he wants to develop his initiative. This looks like an obvious choice. I was gonna say rook a1, but I guess there is still tricks. When the rooks are disconnected, and things aren't that easy. Well, if you have to retreat, here, white is still better because knight e5 is coming with tempo, but it looks like black would have survived the first wave intact. White is a bit better here because of this super powerful knight, but it feels like there should be more. So maybe rook e6 is not the brightest of decisions. The computer likes this move, which is a little too subtle for me. His point is that if you manage to provoke b6, the pawn on c6 becomes a target. Takes. Knight to e5. And this is an additional worry for black, which will probably just fall after rook c1. So Anish in the driver's seat here, he's taking his time. Bishop b4 is the obvious move. He might like the comp move bishop a5 as well. Oof, tricky little move. If queen takes a5, this rook comes to the 7th rank, and ever since we read Nimzovic's My System, we are aware that the rook on e7 is quite good. Some people might have been aware even before that book, because it's not rocket science that this rook is strong there. So yeah, you can't take, is what I'm trying to say. You have to play bishop to c7. But yeah, this just transposes after bishop b4, bishop d6. So it doesn't make much of a difference. While taking here, as mentioned, white is always slightly better in all these positions. But it feels like selling your advantage a little too cheaply. Even this, rook anywhere, intending to go rook a1. The problem is black's king is weak. It's like the Leningrad Dutch, which is a terrible opening. You just have these 2 pawns versus white 3 pawns, and you're gonna suffer in the middle game because your king is always an additional factor, while the white king is pretty safe. Scrolling through the chat here. Too much cheddar out there. I don't even like cheddar cheese that much. Mated for life. Saying Giri now nibbling on his favorite snack, lobster with drawn butter. Poor Anish. Lefrock is believing Giri is gonna draw. Nah, I'm gonna be a contrarian today. I'm gonna say he's gonna win this game against Hikaru Nakamura. He does have a very nice initiative going. Let's go back to Levoncho. No moves. Bishop g5. Bishop g5 and Svidler went back to e7. Fair enough. Comp is not very happy with Svidler here because of knight g4, which looks like a clever move. Targeting this h6 square. The problem for black is he can't really take on g5 because it runs into not so much knight f6 check. This wins the queen, but this is less clear because here we would have a rook, a knight and a pawn for the queen, which might be enough. I'd still take white here, but this is not so clear. But the problem is there's nastier options than that. The easiest one being knight e5, intending to go knight takes f7. The black position probably collapses. So bishop e7, knight g4, not an obvious move, but certainly within Levon's scope. What's going on? h5 is a move I hate to make because you instinctively just don't want to weaken your pawn formation around your king. If this knight goes here, king g7, it's double-edged. This knight is sort of in exile on h6, however. It also does help the attack, keeping an eye on f7. You can never really take on g5. First of all, because it's not your move. But even if it was your move, then fg and this axis of evils directed against the f7 pawn would win the game for white. Therefore, you would have to let it live there. It's dangerous, it's double-edged, but I'd be quite uncomfortable here with black. What else can you do? If we play a normal move, rook c8. Kaneshek, king g7. Where is the mate? Starting to think about like crazy breakthroughs as f5. And wow, it might not be that crazy. One point would be ef, bishop e7, rook e7, knight takes f5. Winning material, so you can't go ef. And the question, of course, is bishop takes g5. F takes g6. Yeah, I can't calculate this all by myself, but it looks like white is not really risking anything, because if bishop h7, white is checkmating, rook f7, king h8, let's say rook h7, king g8, queen h5. The black king will not survive, therefore after fg6, black has to recapture, and now knight f7 wins the material back with an advantage. Might actually be a pretty serious advantage, because rook f7 is threatened. You can't go rook f8 because of knight takes e6 check. So now all of this looks a little scary for Peter. Bishop e7. Aronian has not played knight g4 yet, so let's not, I lack the right expression, count our chickens before they hatch? Nah. Let's not get too crazy just yet, but knight g4 does look like an unpleasant move to face, and I wouldn't be surprised if Levon played this. Knight f6 is another move you think about, but the problem is you're very, very tied up after knight h6 check. Nah, it doesn't even work. King g7 once again. This is f5 breakthrough. And the black defenses crumble. Very, very scary. Let's see if this happens. I guess his best bet is to go for this h5, king g7. At least you're not getting slaughtered with an immediate f5. But it's certainly an ugly looking position. Still, it is double-edged. The thing with white here is if you don't checkmate, there's no way back because your pieces are stuck. You've weakened your pawn formation beyond repair. The problem is white's pieces are so active, he probably will checkmate, or at least force some serious concessions out of black. Rook e3, knight f7 ideas. It's very, very dangerous for Peter. Let's see if Levon can come up with knight to g4. Yeah. Vichy's game is gonna end in a draw. Don't get your hopes up, Vichy fans. This is just not enough. He does control the g file, but there is very little to be gained there. Black covers the one crucial entry square on d7. No, Caruana. Keep saying Caruana. Karjakin is gonna have no problems neutralizing this. You can even bring the king and go rook d8 if you really feel the need, but there's just too little to work with here for Vichy. I might have to eat my words later, but right now I'd be incredibly surprised if this game didn't end in a draw. Bishop b4, bishop d6 on the board in the people versus Anish Giri. Queen a3 is a powerful move now. When after knight c8 there's no immediate breakthrough, the computer has this super subtle idea, bishop c5, which I'm not sure is possible to... Should think about how to finish that sentence before I start, which I'm not sure a human is capable of finding, but it does certainly make sense, because after dc5 this pawn severely restricts the black knight while clearing this square for his own knight, while after b6 the c6 pawn becomes extremely weak. So that looks like best play. We'll see if Anish can come up with a sequence. Bishop c5, yeah, as mentioned, not an obvious move, but the good news for him is that most logical moves keep his initiative. a5, rook e6, rook e2. Hikaru's gonna have to defend incredibly carefully here in order not to run into some slow kingside attack. You don't really need any fireworks, you just need to bring your pieces over and then hope that black is not coordinated enough to meet it. in Topalov against Fabiano Caruana. Topalov has played it very slowly. He's played long castles, b6, king b1, allowing Fabiano to develop his bishop and even attack the c4 pawn. And this might be good news for Fabi fans out there. It feels like king b1 might have been a little too slow. The difference now is if you go bishop d3, now black is in time to take on c4. Because earlier this ran into bishop e4, but here just d5. There's no troubles. While if he started with bishop d3, then bishop a6 you can't really do because of bishop e4. So I have a feeling king b1 might have been a little too slow, and after bishop a6, Topalov has to react to this attack on the c4 pawn. You don't really want to do that. You could go knight b5, but this feels like a step in the wrong direction, giving up the e4 pawn. If bishop takes b5 at some point, c takes b, white still has some compensation, but why give black that option? So I think king b1 was kind of a serious inaccuracy, and now the Fab fans can look into the future with a lot more confidence than a moment ago. Topalov, is not playing his best chess in this tournament. In this game he got in a very nice opening idea, but it looks like he doesn't have the touch to follow through. Well, Fabiano, put his head down and has made the best defensive moves. King to f8, b6, bishop a6, sort of playing flawlessly Caruana after being faced with this unpleasant decision. And now, he's okay. It looks like there's nothing better for Topalov than to play knight to b5, which is a move you don't want to play. I wouldn't be surprised if Topalov looked for something else, which doesn't seem to be there. When black can either take, but he can also play more useful moves like rook d8, preparing d5. Computer likes h6 here. Intending to play bishop f6 even. No, Fabiano's fine. And the thing is, this is not a position where white can say, okay, my attack doesn't work, now let's go home and make a draw. If Topalov does not get anything going, he can very easily be worse. And you could argue that he already is worse, at least if we believe the computer. The computer really likes black after bishop a6. And if you have to go knight b5, earlier I wasn't buying the computer's assessment, but if you have to go knight b5, that's such a massive step into the wrong direction from attacking on the king side that, I'm not going to argue. I believe king b1, already long castles, might have been inaccurate. c5 looked very promising, but especially king b1 just seems too slow. Topalov doesn't quite have the touch he used to have, probably because of a lack of practice. I don't know why, but this is Canada's tournament. He hasn't looked like his old self. Now after bishop to a6. Fabi should be quite happy with himself. And of course, there is decent winning chances for Caruana in these positions, as I was clumsily trying to say earlier. And should he win, that really changes the landscape in the tournament. Let's say Karjakin draws his game, then Caruana would move into the sole lead no matter the other results and be in prime position to become Magnus Carlsen's challenger. Exciting times for you Fabsters out there. Of course, Levon Aronian trying to close in on +2 against Peter Svidler. But Levon, who's looked shaky the last 2 rounds, has not played the move knight g4 yet, which is much easier to mention sitting here behind computer analysis than if you have to take these decisions over the board. Does still look like a strong move. Mr. Giri lost in thought. Queen a3, I believe you can come up with. That's a pretty logical move. Then the question is going to be what to do after knight c8. Caruana defending like a boss, as he has been all tournament. He's gone for sharp positions, but if things have gone wrong, which they have gone quite a bit against Anish Giri, against Peter Svidler and so on, he has never crumbled, but has always defended as well as you possibly can. or as he possibly can, saved a lot of bad positions. And today, because the position is so unclear, if he saves it, he could very well win the game at the same time. Topalov also taking time now. He hasn't blitzed out knight b5, which seems more or less forced, but it's not a move you want to play. So the Caruana fans, I believe, can be happy here. As usual, a lot of Giri-inspired humor in the chat. I have a feeling he's gonna win today, guys. Then you're gonna have to come up with new punchlines. There's a question by Franco Kai, who made the nice drawings of the players. It's a Spanish artist called Guadalupe. All credit to him. He's doing some stuff for Chess24, and his cartoons are always very funny. Mr. Karjakin. Yeah, he's making natural moves. King to f7. I'm wondering if I have to eat my words, and if Vichy can manage to develop a bit of pressure here. I still find it very, very unlikely. But at least it's asking some questions. I've mentioned earlier, I believe even if this pawn is lost for black, the position should be a draw. But still, you don't really want to give a pawn unless you have to. So the normal move would be bishop to f5, keeping it. g4, bishop somewhere, bishop g6, when you can still make rook d7 with rook e7. But it feels like a tiny bit of progress for Vichy Anand here. I still don't see a way through. But I would not be proclaiming dead draw here anymore, which is progress. I'm not sure if Vichy is gonna care. He might not be listening to the show right now. But it's all of a sudden you get a slightly uneasy feeling that something could happen here. b3. Yeah, computer doesn't like king f7. The computer said he should have gone g4. Offering further pawn exchanges, which I'm sure was a good move too. But king f7 is fairly natural. After rook 1 d4, can you still go g4? Now maybe takes here. Okay, if white takes, it's just equal. Bishop h3. So I would have to try to keep this pawn on the board and go after it. Yeah. Still very drawish. But a glimmer of hope for the Vichy fans out there. And Vichy also, we've seen it in this game against Aronian. He doesn't mind playing some positions where black doesn't really have any counter chances, but he does have some chances of success, can quietly improve his positions without any risk. So he's going to be, I'm not sure how excited he's going to be, because I think the position is still very drawish. But he's going to be looking for his chances here. Bishop f5 has been played, and he should play g4 to force his bishop to decide which diagonal he wants to occupy. Should be a draw, but there is still some play. Topalov played knight b5 as he had to, but that really is a serious sign that something has gone wrong. He wanted this knight on c3. Potentially helping with the kingside attack. Yeah, he's just made two weak moves. Long castles was a bit slow when c5 looked good to bring this bishop out and also to stop black from going b6. And after b6, king b1 is just, yeah, it's a move you normally play on general grounds, getting the king out of the c-file. But there was more important stuff to do here, like developing your bishop, or at least I would think so. Actually, after bishop d3, there is a move rook a5. Maybe this bothered him, hitting the queen when it looks like you still have to go knight b5. So, do I have to eat all my words again? I don't really want to. You go f4, turning rook a5, g5. That could make some sense, but after f4 I guess the problem is the same. Bishop a6. There's no direct way through. So let's stick with bishop d3. If rook a5. No, looks like you have to go here. And yeah, that's what's gonna have bothered Topalov, so things weren't that easy. Still, this looks like a better version for white, because this rook on a5 is probably not there to stay. You can challenge it with bishop c3. Pretty much next move. And it's still a mess. I can't go bishop a6 here, for example, because of stuff like this. So it might have been a little too harsh, but I still don't like the way this has gone for Topalov at all. Maybe long castles, even though this is a very natural move, is a bigger culprit than king to b1. That's why it's called long castles, because you normally need an extra move to safeguard your king. Well, with short castles, your king already is on the final destination. But this one, after b6, bishop a6, knight b5, I'm starting to like Fabi's chances. Levon's played knight g4, and PBS Peter Svidler has blitzed out the move h5, which was his best chance, I'm sure. While Levon was considering he should go for this, Peter was also weighing his options here. He's played h5, which he had to do. Knight h6 check. Knight h6 check. King g7. And the position is dangerous. I was looking at h4 because that's the comp move. And it also makes sense, just fixing this. Comp's move always makes sense after you see them. The question is always, would you have seen it? Another logical move would be to go rook e3 directly, because takes still does not really work, since this is dropping. The question is, do you threaten anything? Rook c8, it looks like it's too early for knight f7. Even though, who knows? Point is bishop g5 is met with f g5 check. After king g7, this position is still very tricky, because the white rooks are so active. This could in fact be good for white. It seems like you can defend with knight f8. That's a better move than bishop g5. And yeah, here black is okay. So this game, it looks crazy risky for Peter, and I'm sure he's not happy normally, even if there's some sort of attack he considers his position to be lost. But that normally doesn't stop him from calculating his way out of such situations, and calculating wise he's been doing quite well in this tournament, except for the game against Vichy. Even though he said he saw all the line all the way till the end there, but just didn't see any alternatives. Else calculation has not been his problem. It's been more converting advantages, whatever, yeah. Stamina, nerves, I don't know. But yeah, he can hang with Levon when it comes to calculating lines. The problem is his position is quite dangerous. h4 is one move. I was looking at rook e3 earlier. There's also the move queen e4. Just stupidly attacking this pawn, but maybe also preparing some other ideas. With knight f7 after rook e3. It's a scary position. Well, let's say you would like to play this, but now it's already bada boom. This is a computer line, I don't even understand it myself, but it is winning for white. Goes to show the dangers that are there. Beauties of computer chess, and the queen is gone. Really have to be careful here. I'm not quite sure what Levon's thinking about after h5. because I thought this was forced. Might not be forced. Maybe he wants to take here. Let's say queen takes. Just put the knight back on e5, having provoked f5, h5. Because yeah, after knight e5, fe5, this structure, even without any minor pieces, is still very vulnerable. We're now threatening queen takes h5, and if the king gets out of the way, king h7, rook f6. This could just be lost, actually. Here. These pawns are very, very weak. I'm not saying the position after bishop e7, queen e7 is lost, but after knight e5, you probably shall not take. You have to go here. It's also scary. So there is an alternative for white, which is both bad news for Peter and good news, because Levon can only do one of the two. They both look good, but neither is directly winning. Therefore, he's going to have to spend some time deciding here. Fabi's made a move. He has put his rook to d8, and he's defending like a boss, as was mentioned earlier. He's making all the good moves. He really is in very good shape, and he does not collapse when faced with some very nasty home preparation, as he was in this game, which is just as impressive as the homework he's shown yesterday. Is his ability to absorb a punch and hang in there, which he's done today. Rook to d8. There is a computer move here which seems to make a draw. So maybe I shouldn't have praised rook d8 all that much, but it's only a draw, which Fabi wouldn't mind all that much. I should show you guys a line. It's knight to d6. Nasty little tactic. Threatening queen f7, checkmate. If you go queen takes d6, white wins by going bishop g7, king g7, rook d6. After bishop d6, for 1 second looks good for black, who would have two rooks and a bishop against the queen, but only until you see queen g5 check, picking up the rook on d8. Can't do that, therefore he would have to take with the bishop on d6, and here bishop takes g7, believe it or not, just forces a perpetual. King g7, queen g5, king f8, queen d8, king g7. White is a piece down, but he can do this forever. Probably 3 times would suffice with a threefold repetition. So Topalov has a chance to force a draw here. The question is, does he want to? How does he evaluate the position? Does he think he has pressure? Does he think he's worse? Maybe rook d8 was not the greatest of moves, even though I praised it initially. Big decision. First of all, you have to see the move, which is far from an obvious move, but not impossible for a Topalov to spot this tactic. The point is, this bishop is distracted and it has to give up the g5 square when white has to go for this draw as well. Queen g5 might look tempting, double attack, but black just goes king e8, rook f8, and he's up a rook, which should count for something. I have a feeling Topalov doesn't want this draw. I have a feeling he came to go all out today, and he wants to fight, and he certainly can continue the game. Play a move like f4, g5. Argue, even though his knight had to go to b5, which is not ideal, he still has compensation because of the weakish black king and the rook on h8 out of play. This is very risky, however, because rook d8, the big idea of it was, of course, to prepare the d5 advance. And that seems to work here. The position is still a mess. Rook c1, let's say, takes, bishop takes. And with the position opening up, it should normally favor the black rooks, but since the rook on h8 is not really ready for prime time, I'm not sure it does. The computer is on black side here. Says just bishop f6, if bishop takes f6. G takes f6, and black is fine, intending to go king e7, connecting the rooks. But you need some very serious nerves to go for stuff like this, and some very serious calculating prowess as well. So basically, it's an exciting game. Topalov has the option of going for knight d6, forcing a draw. My gut feeling is he's not going to do it. He's going to play something else, be it f4, be it bishop e2, be it g5, and keep the game going. A lot of action in the chat, which is great, but makes it very hard for me to keep up with it, because whatever I have on my screen is outdated within seconds. We'll see how Topalov decides here. I have a feeling he's not gonna go with a draw. In the Vichy game, Vichy has gained some space on the queen side, played a4. And yeah, the balance remains more or less undisturbed. One possible drawback of a4 could be that it weakens the b3 pawn. I'm not sure if that's a factor. I was wondering after g4 if the bishop can return here, target b3. Then I guess white goes c4, covering this square, and the e4 pawn is still a goner, therefore probably after g4 Karjakin should nevertheless keep his bishop here. And yeah, we have the same status quo as earlier. I think it should be draw, but white can push a bit, can try to break through on the queen side, while Karjakin is going to have to defend. So yeah, I've said already I might have to eat my words here. At the very least, it's no longer such a dead draw as I imagined it going in, and as I still imagine it should have been. But maybe Karjakin missed a chance to simplify with g4 here, for example. And Vichy's played g4 now himself. He does have a little pressure. Karjakin is going to have to be very accurate. However, accuracy in defense is Karjakin's second name. It's called Sergei Accuracy in Defense Karjakin. A lot of people don't know that. So I would not expect him to give any ground here. But Vichy can try, and he certainly will try. Yeah, different opinions. Trotters does believe that Topalov will bail out. I don't think so. First of all, it's not a given that you spot this move. Like knight d6 is not the most obvious move in the world, right? The square is defended twice. And secondly, I really believe he wants to score a marquee victory today. Well, if he lost this game, okay, he has -4 instead of -3. I do not think that would change his life all that much. I could be wrong, and knight d6 is probably the best move objectively. But I have a feeling he's going to do something else. I don't know which one it is. Bishop e2, f4, g5. One of those, bishop d3. I'd be very surprised if he went for knight d6. Not because I don't think he can't spot it, because I think he doesn't want it. Levon has gone for plan B. He did not give this check on h6, which I was mainly focused on, but he did go for bishop takes, queen takes, and knight e5, which is also very unpleasant. Now, the best move you could play would be h5 to h7, but pawns never move back. Therefore, poor Svidler, he's in trouble. Knight e5 is out of the question after fe. White's initiative is just too strong, and you will get crushed on the king side. So you have to parry the threat of queen takes h5 differently, probably by going king h7, and hope nothing happens to you over here. But it's a very, very scary situation, because this knight is so strong. You can never take it, since fe5 is always good for white. You can never really undermine it, because after f6 there's always troubles on g6 and h5. So you sort of have to just live with it. And who likes to live with a kraken in front of your, I was going to say sleeping room, but that doesn't make any sense. On your doorstep, let's say. That sounds about fair. So Svidler's in trouble. He's going to be hating himself and his opening and a couple things right now. The good news is normally that doesn't stop him from calculating and calculating very well. While Levan Aronian, of course, should he win this game, he's right back in the hunt. I keep coming back to our standings. Because yeah, let's see. Levan wins the game, let's say. Vichy doesn't manage to convert his advantage against Karjakin. Or he does. If he does, they would change places. Caruana makes a draw, and all of a sudden we have 3 co-leaders with just 3 rounds to go. Their tournament situation is very tense, and the first 5, seriously, even Anish Giri can still very much win this tournament. Speaking of the Giri, after bishop d6, he did not go for queen a3, which looked clever, but instead he's exchanged pieces, bishop d6, queen d6, and played rook a3, which I'm sure his many non-fans will take as an indication he's playing for a draw. I don't think he is. I think queen a3 put more pressure, but even here the black situation remains fairly unpleasant because of the weak king and of white's control over the e-file. However, having said that, after rook a8, if white goes rook e1, now black has solved one big problem, which would be to get this rook out of the corner, and after knight c8, his defensive chances should have improved. But it's still an unpleasant position. White pieces just have more squares available to them. Knight e5, knight f5, knight g6. Very unpleasant for Nakamura and very tough position to play because you don't have anything that you can grab. So that wasn't English, but you get what I'm trying to say. You can't solve your problems by force. You just have to sort of stick around and at every juncture make sure that nothing bad happens to you, which is a very hard way to have to play, especially in practice. Here, maybe knight c8, knight e5 is not a good idea even. So, no, he's still in trouble, even though queen a3 was very tempting. Giri's solution is also asking some nasty questions, and the root of all the problems, I believe, has been the move bishop e6, which I strongly dislike and I'm surprised by. I've mentioned earlier, d5 was interesting, and if you don't want d5, you can always play more quietly rook c8. And white is slightly better, but nothing spectacular. But the combination of knight g6, c6, and bishop e6 strikes me as wrong. Rook a8 is on the board. Giri's gonna play rook a1. Keep the pressure, and yeah, it's an open question if Hikaru will manage to defend this. I believe Giri's winning chances are better than Hikaru's defensive chances here. I still think Karjakin's survival chances are better than Vichy's winning chances, but Vichy's certainly going for it. He's played b4, tending to push b5. The natural move would be a6, trying to fight against it, but long term, white could of course still prepare this push. It shouldn't be enough for a victory, but it's not that pleasant either, and opposite colored bishops don't guarantee a draw if there's still rooks on the board. So prepare for a long grinding session, courtesy of Vichy Anand against Sergei Karjakin. And once again, should Vichy win, he jumps ahead. He's trading places with Sergei Karjakin in the standings. Vichy likes old comedy like Monty Python and Yes Minister, so I'm pretty sure he's watched Trading Places more than once and is very familiar with the concept and would like to implement it today. He's already pulled it off once in this tournament when he defeated Levan Aronian to trade places with him, but then Fabiano Caruana did that same trick to Vichy. Therefore, the musical chairs on the deck of it's not really the Titanic, it's the... Was the Titanic going to New York? Probably not. Because whoever wins this musical chairs battle is going to go to New York to play against Magnus Carlsen. What do you guys think? Whom do you want? I've heard a lot of voices for Fabiano, an American youngster, has a decent track record against Magnus playing on home soil. Certainly be interesting. Vichy Anand, most of the voices I've heard is, yeah, he's already played twice. We want someone new in there. As for me, yeah, whoever wins deserves it, so I don't have any strong feelings about it. Live on Aronian, I thought this was his time. And they're all still in it to win it with a shot. But this round is gonna make us a lot smarter in who will book that probably plane ticket. I don't think whoever wins this is gonna go by boat to New York. But I could be wrong. We shall find out. And I will do one brief tour through the games, then do one brief tour through the mean streets of Hamburg, and then be back. Rook d8. Topalov did not go for knight d6. Instead, he played bishop to c3. And Fabi took on b5. The computer strongly disliked bishop to c3 because after c takes b5, now there is queen to f3. That's a juicy outpost for the queen, stopping white from developing normally. And after rook d2, bishop f6. Not forced, but decent move. Looks like black is in the driver's seat. So while Topalov certainly shows the will to win and fighting spirit, most of his moves ever since he probably left his home preparation have been suboptimal. And my working theory right now is that Fabian Caruana is going to win this game with black and move into sole lead in the candidates tournament. Because yeah, Topalov has lacked the touch that he was so famous for in sharp positions. And yeah, after bishop takes b5, looks like the situation is clarifying in black's favor. Karjakin didn't go a6. He allowed Vishy to push b5, which I'm mildly surprised by. He's doing some deep bishop maneuvering. After rook c8, I still believe it should be a draw. I still believe Karjakin will defend this, but Vishy has some chances to make it there. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Rook a8 on the board in the Nakamura game. Anish Giri is thinking. Rook a1 looks like the obvious move, and then knight c8, knight e5. Giri has a nice initiative going. Peter Svidler is under pressure after king h7. Levan Aronian is looking for a way to increase his advantage. Does not look all that great for him. Thank you guys for watching this exciting program. I did dress up. I put on a tie and everything. I will keep wearing the tie, so don't miss that when I come back in a couple minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, boys and girls, to round number 11 of the Candidates Tournament. I'm Jan Gustafsson, and we're gonna jump right back into the action in the Veselin Topalov game against Fabiano Caruana. Topalov got in a very dangerous opening idea. This move Queen A4, which I was not familiar with at the very least. But Fabiano has defended well, and in the position they currently have, it does look like he's overtaking the initiative. He's played all the right moves. Bishop f6, bishop b4 check, king to g8, and he still has to solve the problem of his incarcerated rook on g8, on h8, sorry. But if he manages to do so, he would now be a sound exchange up. White has a pawn, but White's pawn structure is a little crippled, and White did not manage to get an attack going, which I earlier thought he very well might. If we look at this position, this looked very, very scary for Fabi, but he's defended well, and after king g8, it seems like the trend is certainly in his favor, not just the Lawrence trend, but also the trend in the game. There's many useful things to do. Could push d5 if he was given a chance. Rook to c8 is sometimes an option, trying to get closer to Mr. King. Not clear what White should do here. g6 certainly possibility as well, trying to give his king some breathing room, or even h6, intending g6, and then king to g7, slowly unraveling on the king side. Possibly the best move White has is bishop to d6, blocking this d pawn and hinting at ideas with bishop c7, followed by bishop takes b6. But after, let's say, rook c8, stopping bishop c7. I can't see any active ideas for Veselin Topalov, who, just couldn't follow up his stellar opening idea with his trademark powerful attacking play, and Fabiano has been cool, calm, and collected, rebutting the attack. I have a feeling Caruana might win this game and move into the sole lead with +3. Still, ain't over yet, of course, all the usual disclaimers. Position is not that bad, the computer only gives black a small edge, as you can see by this little bar. But I'd be worried. Topalov traditionally has struggled against Fabiano. It looks like today is not gonna be an exception. Vishy Anand is trying to grind something out of a fairly equal looking position, but he's made steady progress. His b-pawn made it all the way up to b6. And that's always a slight cause for concern, because let's say you take c takes b, then White always has this plan of going a5, a6, clearing the way for the b-pawn. And this would be a pretty dangerous scenario for Black. Therefore, I do not think he should take. He should keep the position close with a6. But even here, such a far advanced pawn is always a cause for concern. I do not see a way through, but that doesn't mean that Vishy is not gonna try to do something. Rook c7, for example, and sending rook d7. And if you take here, b takes c, at the very least you worry. You might survive. Rook c8, rook d7. But you might not survive, actually. King g6, for example. I would guess one sensible plan is to go... Oh, I don't even know the rules of chess anymore. I honestly thought I was going to say f4, and if g f4, bishop f4, followed by rook d8, White should be winning. But then I remembered the en passant rule, e takes f3, which renders f4 sort of a useless move. So the position is good for White here after a5. It's very hard to break through. Therefore, Vishy creating some chances with very solid positional play, going for an endgame that looked extremely close to a draw here. But he's managed to put some pressure on Sergei Karjakin. Of course, Sergei Karjakin, especially in an endgame, is Mr. Defense himself, the most resilient defender there is. As Magnus Carlsen put it, he has an incredibly high tolerance for bad positions, incredible tenacity, but Vishy is also a great technician, so let's not write him off, and my earlier assessment of deadish draw is certainly no longer in place. Might have been made out of lack of chess culture in the first place? Not sure. It still felt drawish. Bishop d6, rook c8 is on the board in Vesco against Fabi. Fabi making steady progress here. My money is on him to win the game today. And of course, if he wins the game today, that would put him into a very good position to win it all. Because he's already in the lead. Karjakin, at the very least, is not going to win his game. So if Fabiano wins this one, things would be looking good in Fabi land. There was a question earlier where he lives now. I'm not 100% sure. I've been told he moved to California, but I don't know where. Where does he live? Does anybody know that? Where could we picture him? I don't see him as an LA type of guy. Bay Area? San Francisco would be a great place to live. It's tough to choose it though, because it's probably the most expensive place out there, right? San Francisco, they're not really building any new real estate, therefore rent and prices to buy something are through the roof. Maybe found a nice quieter place like San Diego or San Jose, or one of the Sans. San Diego is the anchorman city, so that would have been my choice, but I honestly don't know. If anybody knows, keep us posted. Where does Fabi live? You can also tweet me, using the hashtag C24Live. Try to keep an eye on it, even though there's too much information. So I struggle with the multitasking, because multitasking is not a thing that humans are capable of. Not even women, whatever you've been told. It's not true. Let's see what tweets we have. Subhashish is saying, Caruana is such a momentum player with a knack for winning streaks. Can't forget St. Louis 2014 and Dortmund 2015. Yeah, he certainly caught fire over the last couple games. Not just the ones he won, but also the ones he did not lose, which is just as important. His defense against Svidler, his defense against Giri. He is, he's on a run, and that makes him very, very hard to stop if he's confident, calculating. Today, it cannot be praised enough how tough it is to survive such an opening idea by a vessel in Topalov. Not lose your cool, but stick around, and then even turn the position into a favorable one, which is exactly what he's done. His chances do look very good. Visciano's chances less good than Fabiano's, but still he is making steady, small progress. He's forced his pawn all the way to b6. I lack endgame expertise to really point out mistakes here. I have a feeling you should have fought against this b-pawn advance a little more, play a6. But it would have come sooner or later anyway. I'm really not sure. An alternative that probably Sergei didn't think of, it doesn't look all that normal, was to play a5, intending to counter after b5. All of a sudden, you have your own pass pawn. That maybe was the best way of all to play it, but it's not a move you make to all of a sudden provoke this. So Karjakin in for an unpleasant defense. Then again, that's what he does. Topalov has played queen back to h3. Probably a good move. Deciding, there is no longer anything to attack there, and he needs to prepare bishop g2, which is a bit of a threat, because if you carelessly played g6 here after bishop g2, you might question your last move, since this queen does not have anywhere to go. Would be trapped in the middle of the board. Not gonna happen. Fabiano is gonna either play h5, which looks like a nice active move. The point being that after gh5, rook h5, this rook joins play with a vengeance. Why would I have to play queen g2? And even this endgame looks very, very good for black. So h5 is a move I like. If white tries to keep the position close, but g5, bishop g5. Now after bishop g2, the black queen does have this g4 square. And it all looks pretty grim for Topalov. Caruana's just played better in this game, plain and simple. He took the hit and hung in there and now has an edge. So h5 looks like a good move. You could also be more cautious, retreat your queen somewhere. I don't know, if queen e4 check, I'm not sure you want to provoke bishop d3 necessarily. Probably not. He could go all the way to a8, but h5 really looks like where the money's at. This is the move he should play, and that you want to play as well. Like, you have this dormant rook, why not try to activate it once you get a chance? Let's check back in with Mr. Svidler, aka PBS, aka Paul Borta. He is suffering against Levon Aronian, who's also trying to stay in the race to New York, trying to put pressure on him here. He succeeded in provoking h5 earlier, which means that black has to be incredibly careful not to allow any knight g6s, knight f7s, f5s, rook g5s. There is many problems with this position. However, it's still not over queen c2, sort of telegraphing the intention of going knight g6. Levon's hoping to provoke knight takes e5, but after fe5 and rook f6, this is just positional capitulation. Therefore, Peter correctly played rook g8, covering the g6 square. Rook to g5, threatening rook takes h5 check. Aronian is sort of working with one-move threats, which might be good moves, but it also makes black's life easier because he can just parry them with only moves, like here king h8, defending against rook h5. And the breakthrough has still not happened. Black's position remains unpleasant, but he is still breathing. Maybe he can put the knight on f6 to safeguard the h5 pawn should he need to. It ain't over yet. Another game we haven't seen for a while is Mr. Giri. A lot of not necessarily Giri fans out there creating fan fiction on the internet. Poor Anish. For example, I was sent this, probably based on Bobby Fischer's My 60 Memorable Wins. Me, I'm a big Anish fan. I would read this book every day of the week. Sure would be a classic. I enjoy his writing anyway. But today it looks like he might be out for more than a draw. Not that he hasn't been trying before. In the position after rook a8, which we've seen earlier, knight to e5 has been played. He did not double rooks, but jumped in immediately. Queen to c7. Nakamura can't really do much but sit and wait. The problem is his pieces don't have good squares. This knight can't jump here. This knight can't really move anywhere. Has to cover the f5 and g6 square. So he's sitting and waiting, and Anish sorry tries to open a second front by going b4 and possibly b5. Now the knight went to c8. What's going on here? That was a little fast. Let's do that a little more slowly. Slow jam style. Rook to c1. Queen back to d8. Why not knight b6? Probably still b5. Little tactic here. Takes take. Knight takes b5. Runs into queen b5. Does not work for black. Therefore, queen to d8. But of course, that does not stop b5. This typical minority attack trying to create another weakness in the black camp. No matter how black reacts, one of his pawns will be weak, and after cb, queen b5, it's the b7 and d5 pawns. On the plus side, the position has simplified a bit, maybe a little easier to play for Nakamura now. He's played knight to d6, as you should, covering b7. Giri went to b3. Not sure about that move. Could make a case for b1 to stay on this diagonal. And Nakamura has once again correctly played b5, grabbing some space, preparing to jump into c4. His position remains worse. You can't equalize his position in one move, but it looks like he's defended well over the last couple moves. And it's not going to be easy for Giri to make progress here. Maybe you need some deep prophylactic move so that knight c4 doesn't come with tempo. Some rook e1 or rook e2 stepping out of knight c4s. But I feel like Nakamura's made progress. The queen side has more or less disappeared, so white can't win the game by creating a target there and collecting it so easily, even though he's certainly going to try to collect the b5 pawn. But yeah, nothing much new. White is better. He's going to try to get to one of these pawns. I'm not sure if this plan of aggression on the queen side was strictly necessary. Also, to keep playing on the king side looked very tempting. We'll find out. I still like Anish's chances in this game, but it looks like Nakamura is defending pretty well. And Giri has not shown tremendous punch so far in this tournament. Good morning, America. Looks like the Americans are waking up now. It's 4 p.m. where I'm at, but with a, how much time difference is? Is it 6 till 9 hours? A lot of the guys are waking up now, checking in with their heroes, Batman, Superman, Anish Giri. Nah, I'm talking about Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, the two American representatives. Hasn't been Nakamura's tournament, but the Fabster is looking to be in prime position to maybe even move into the sole lead today if he comes up with his move h5, which looks very, very logical, activating his rook. His extra exchange will start working at full capacity, and I believe Topalov is going to have a very rough time trying to stay in this game. I'll do some clicking. So let's put our endgame expert hat on and try to make sense of Vishy's position. I wish I could. In general, one could also follow the advice we've received earlier. If you achieve an advantage against Karjakin in an endgame, just offer a draw and go home, save some energy. But that's going to be the last thing on Vishy's mind. He's going to try whatever is in his powers to jump back to +2. So he's still in this race. Karjakin's defended by putting his king on f8. I believe I was looking at lines with king g6, but probably it's better to have the king here. So this e7 rook has extra protection. The question is, how does white want to break through? c4 is a logical move, just restricting this bishop so it can't go to d5 or even b3 or anywhere. But what do we do next? And also, what does black do next? Are there like potential Zugzwangs? There could be. Black doesn't have a lot of freedom to move. If you move this rook, for example, rook b8, first of all, you allow this, which, here it's not crushing yet, because I believe you can take this pawn, which I just put there, and you'll probably survive. But abandoning this guy, you have to be very, very sure about what you're doing. There's breakthroughs like this, for example, and if this bishop starts becoming active, you better watch out. Because here, even though it's triple C pawn, the Irish pawn centers, triple C pawns, the Irish pawn center, the guy on c7 is really a big factor. Let's say here takes, white should be winning. So as chances, Karjakin's played bishop to e6 after c4, willing to part with the e4 pawn, which doesn't do all that much for him. And I think he's trying to harmonize his setup a little bit by putting his king to f7. Probably, as usual, this is a good defensive idea by Sergei Karjakin. Is he out of the woods, though? If white keeps pushing, f4, once again, hoping to bring this bishop to life. Gotta be very, very careful. I struggle a bit evaluating like if black can ever do, I don't know, something like this. I don't think he can, but this would be an important question. For example, is this endgame winning or is this a draw? And the answer is, unfortunately, I do not know. I have a feeling it should be winning. Because white can build another passed pawn on the H file. Okay, why not make some moves and find out? we want to keep this. You can have this. If black stays passive, I guess white should just win this. Yeah, it looks winning. So some chances for Vichy. It's, yeah, pretty unpleasant defense after rook takes e4 here. I'm not sure, you have to evaluate all sorts of things, like these endgames, also stuff like king e7 if the king makes it to d7 in time. But the problem is always f4, and if this bishop can support his pawn on c7, then it is trouble. Real big trouble. King d7 here, takes. Such a thing a draw? No, you really have to start evaluating all sorts of opposite colored bishop endgames and where there's winning chances and where there's not. Here I have a feeling there could be good drawing chances. If the rooks were off, so you would probably have to keep them on the board. I don't know, it's too complicated. Sorry guys, I wish I was smarter. Queen e4 check played by Fabi. This move surprises me. First of all, because I just expect him to make all the computer moves all the time. Secondly, because h5 just looked so logical to activate his rook. Maybe it's a practical thing, maybe he just wants to repeat the position. It looks like the best move is bishop d3, and then he could go back to f3, when possibly, as crazy as it sounds, bishop f1 is white's best move, intending to go bishop g2 once again. And we have the same position. That's one possible explanation. Another could be that he wants to go queen d5 and pin this rook on d2. Pin his hopes on this pin. Also attacking the bishop on d6, of course. Even though you can't... I was going to say you can't take it yet, but maybe you can. Let's make a dumb move. Very hard for me to think of dumb moves. Let's say f4. Queen takes d6. Bishop takes h7. That's what I was thinking about. Rook h7, queen h7, king h7, rook d6. And all of a sudden we have some strange endgame where black is a piece up for 2 pawns. Should be better for black, but far from forced. Because yeah, after f4, you will probably just play g6. Now, seriously threatening queen takes d6, forcing this bishop to move. So we'll see what Fabi's intention is. Queen d5, the point is also that if immediately rook h7, then this exchange of pleasantries quite seriously favors black because of his extra rook. And yeah, queen d5 has been played. Topalov blitzed out bishop to b4. Doesn't want any trickery. When, yeah, black stays in a very pleasant position, he can go g6, trying to get his king out. Can put his queen back here and return to this h5 idea, which I still think was very strong. Choices, but Caruana in control, Topalov fighting for survival, no longer for a mating attack. Lafroig, people keep trying to explain to me on Twitter how to pronounce his name. I'll never get there. Saying engine is crazy, saying black should retreat to f3. It's not that crazy move. The engine, and rightly so, really likes this idea of playing h5 to free the rook. And it turns out that white doesn't have a lot of useful moves here. This queen goes somewhere. Well, queen f1 is a move. But first of all, this pawn might be hanging, and secondly, you can still go for h5, activating. Therefore, it's not too far-fetched thinking that Topalov would actually go for this idea. Once again, trying to trap the queen. And after h5, Fabi is in control. But yeah, queen f3, not forced. g6 is a very human move, I believe. Trying to just bring your king out and take it from there. Some developments in Aronian against Peter Svidler. After rook g5, king h8, we've seen this. Rook f3. Peter Svidler decided to seize the moment and go knight takes e5, because right here, right now, white cannot go fe5, which he would like to on positional grounds, because his rook on g5 is hanging. Therefore, he had to recapture differently. de5 is not really what you want. Now, all of a sudden, black takes over the initiative, because in this structure, the white rooks, if they're not giving mate, which they aren't making a lot of sense on the king side. So Aronian had to go rook takes e5, but this is tremendous, tremendous progress for Peter Svidler. He's exchanged his powerful knight, which earlier he could never do because fe5 was just so unpleasant. And now his king is a lot less vulnerable with his knight no longer staring down the f7 and g6 pawns. So Peter is basically fine here. He's played queen d6. And to me, the position looks equal now. You have to keep an eye on tricks on h5, but they're really not going to happen. While white even has to start thinking a little bit if his pawns could not become weak down the line. So this is, tremendous news for Peter Svidler and his many fans, especially here on Chess24. Bad news for Levon Aronian and his hopes to win the candidates tournament. I do not think he has any significant winning chances left here. And, well, I was pointing out earlier that maybe his play was a little too, how do you call it? Too primitive is the wrong word. A little too direct, because he was posing one-move threats, which Svidler could parry with only moves, especially his rook g5. I don't know, feels like a step into the wrong direction, king h8. And here rook f3 looks like a logical attacking move. But allowing this knight e5 solves all of black... can't speak anymore. Solves all of black's problems. And maybe it was better to just retreat, admit, okay, you've seen my one move threat, I'll try something else. Keep the tension when white still strikes me to be in a better position. Let's see. Aronian seems like he's continuing his policy of going for cheap posts. He's played queen to d2, pretty obviously hinting at his idea of playing f5, and no matter how black takes this, to go queen h6 check. But in general, it's a bad sign for Levon that he's starting to rely on not very complicated tricks, because Peter's gonna spot all of them, and he can hurt his position as he has by going for this queen c2 and then rook to g5. And now is the time, I believe, for white to sort of bail out. Rook f3, okay. Peter's gonna go king g7 to cover this h6 square, not to allow f5. And if white is not careful here, if black gets a couple of free moves, rook c8, rook d8, then black is gonna be better, because the white king can be a little exposed, these pawns can be a little weak. I'm not saying black is winning or even has a serious advantage, but it feels to me like the trend is no longer in Levon's favor in this game, and he should probably bail out. Still, Svidler is taking his time here, king g7 or king h7, just to parry the white threat are the obvious moves, because you don't want to blunder f5, gf, queen h6, checkmate. And he's played king g7. That's what I mean. These threats, they aren't deep enough to really even make Peter think for a long time. So I'm not quite sure what Levon's been doing. Things have been going wrong for him for a couple games now. Let's check back in with Anish Giri. The artist, as some people have started calling him. I have no idea why. And of course, everyone likes to make fun of him and his 10 draws. But he was close in a couple games. Imagine he had won 2 of those. Then we'd be talking differently. He hasn't though. And today it's really his in my opinion, his very last chance to enter the fight for tournament victory. If he does not win this game, it is over. And he's not exactly made a ton of progress over the last, let's say, 10 moves. Queen b1, the position has simplified. And it feels like Nakamura's drawing chances are better than when we first got here. It's still unpleasant. It will always be unpleasant until it's resolved. Because of the weakened black king and the powerhouse on e5. But yeah, black now has a passed pawn, which is even defended. He has this square, and he can maybe think about jumping here. Not sure yet if this is a great idea. You can certainly think about it. If white takes, after knight takes, the problems don't all go away, because this knight is still superior to wherever the black knight goes, and there is some jumps in the air. Now this is instructive. Let's show this. Knight c6, queen b6, knight e7, and wherever black goes, he loses material, or his king, for example. Here he loses the king, because the king does not have a square where it can go without being captured by one of the white pieces. Therefore, we'll have to go to the corner, but then knight g6 check seems to pick up an exchange. Even though, well, this is not the end of the line, because here's some strange queen takes d4. Therefore, it seems like, okay, this is comp talk, that queen d3 was stronger, maintaining the threat, winning. Random line, just to show some of the dangers, but it is certainly an option to go here and now recapture with the pawn, and the position is greatly simplified. White is still better because the king, but it does look like now Nakamura's drawing chances are higher than Giri's winning chances, while earlier I thought differently. Exciting stuff. King g7, rook g3. Come on, Levon. He's really going for a one-move threat every move, but those aren't hard to spot. I'm very confused by his play. Rook g3 now was threatening rook takes h5. Once again, one mover, which has been parried by going rook to h8. I think he's drifting. Rook h8 is not a big concession now. h4 could come with tempo. The other rook can go here. I think this, oddly, might be the moment for Peter to do this Karpov or Caruana trick and switch from playing for a draw to playing for a win. I'm not sure he's capable of that in this moment, the way the tournament has been gone. I guess he would be happy to just make a draw and go home. But I have a feeling that only black can be better from here. And that Levon has been drifting for a couple moves now, relying on real cheapos that would never materialize against a player of this level. And Levon, of course, understands that he really needs to win this game to stay in the race as well. So I have a feeling he's steaming a little bit, just as yesterday against Topalov, where he also had a clearly better position. And today he was clearly better, somewhere around here. This is very unpleasant for black. But then against Topalov he missed something simple, which he probably did today as well. I'm not sure which one it was, and almost went on to lose the game. I have a feeling this is a similar scenario, because without the knights, the black king safety is greatly increased, and the small deficiencies in the white pawn structure are a lot more significant than with more pieces on the board. What's going on in the chat? Apparently Vichy only has 6 minutes left. Sorry for never looking at the camera. If I stare this way, it means I'm staring at the chat or at the Twitter sphere, because I have my little screen here where I can see all the tweets coming in. Hashtag C24Live. By the way, follow me on Twitter. It's not like I'm obsessed with the number of my followers, but when I checked like 2 minutes ago, I had 5,996. I really need to get to 6,000 because I measure my self-worth in Twitter followers. So that would mean a lot. At GM Jan Gustafsson. Oh, no. I'm feeling bad about this shameless self-plug. But do it. I'll keep you posted on all my excellent recap videos of the candidates in other chess tournaments. And I'll give... No, that's pretty much all I do. Moving on. Fabiano did put his queen back to f3, which I believe is a good move. He's returning to the idea of h5. Topalov is still in trouble. Real big trouble. Now, this has just gone, yeah. It's a nightmare scenario for Topalov. After h5, both these rooks, which were so passive earlier, would be operating on open files. And yeah, things have just gone horribly wrong. I expect Fabiano to win, as mentioned. Levon continues his policy of playing for one-move tricks whenever possible. Now he's gone queen b2, targeting b7 and maybe hinting at d5 and c4. This is actually not really a one-move trick. This might just be a clever move. If b6, he wants to go c4, make things happen along this diagonal. Apparently the best move for black is to play h4, kick this rook away, but I'm not sure Peter wants to alter the pawn structure on the king side just yet. You can go b6, c4, and pretty much ignore the threat of d5. Probably you shouldn't. The pure move is this, but this is not a move that puny humans like to play. So maybe I was a little harsh on Levon. I missed this queen b2 move, which sort of justifies his earlier exploits, forcing this rook to h8. And he's still asking some questions. Not very tough questions. But you gotta be careful. Because b6, king h6 is not an obvious way to play. h4 seems to be the best move, but it's a committal move, kicking this rook away. The point is, after h4, let's say the rook goes to f3, now b6, c4. Now, you can even go f6, weaken your pawn formation a little bit, since white has done the same thing with this rook no longer staring down the g6 pawn. This seems to be fine. Rook e4. Now you go after the white hanging pawns. And black seems to have less pawn weaknesses than white, or less worrying pawn weaknesses. So that's computer style, but to play h4 and f6 with little time left is not the most obvious of choices. Peter instead decides to give the b7 pawn and play rook ac8. What's his point after queen b7? Let's figure it out. Rook c3? No, that doesn't work. Because here, even though it's a nice little double attack after rook ce3, white remains a rook up, which is normally too much material. So possibly his point is to go rook b8, activate, once again, hoping to cash in on the fact that the white king is a little exposed as well. If you got too greedy here, check, king f2, another check, let's say wherever, king g1, and this can get ugly for the white king. Queen a3, turning queen a1 with checkmate, so you go h4, rook b1, h2, queen c1, and all of a sudden black comes first, even though he's 2 pawns down. Wouldn't matter. He would checkmate the enemy king slowly but surely. So his idea is to go for activity. Probably a good decision in time trouble. Instead of queen takes a7, Levon, should he decide to grab the pawn, should centralize, go queen e4, cover the b1 square. But even here, after queen a3, it looks like black has very little to fear. Let's say h4 again. That somewhat strikes me as logical, even though it's never been praised by Mr. Compster. h4, queen a1 check this time, because queen c1 can be met with counter attack. And believe it or not, white is winning here, because this is only one check. But apparently after queen a1, king h2, rook b1, the counter doesn't work, because here things are different. I'm not sure I'm making any sense. This is just, yeah, compliance, of course. But here there's queen takes c3 check, and at the very least black cannot lose. So tricky stuff and tricky decision for Levon. Do you want to take on b7, which keeps your winning chances maybe alive, but also gives black a lot of activity in time travel, which is not easy to deal with? Or do you want to bail out, but then risk being worse? Like c4 is no longer possible. Now black can just take this guy. So I like Peter's rook c8. I think it's a good practical decision. If queen b7, rook b8, and yeah, black gains a lot of activity, which makes it easier to play. Looks like he's feeling second wind in his sails, because earlier I'm pretty sure he did not enjoy the overall situation all that much. While now, yeah, it's up to Levon to defend this position, which is not easy. Checking the C24 live hashtag, what's going on? A lot of quotes from Jan Gustafsson, which, yeah, glad to see those. McCready and Chess want to see someone who can shake Magnus up. Yeah, whoever wins, he's going to be confident and he's going to have beaten the others. Fabiano certainly looks like the front runner right now. Then again, not all people are always happy if the current front runner actually wins. Levon Aronian, I have a feeling, is sort of pulling a Jeb Bush today and dropping out of the race, because he's not going to win this game. I don't think he is. And if he doesn't, then it's going to be very, very hard to make a comeback. Stay in the tournament, or in the race for first place, of course. They're all going to stay in the tournament, and there's decent money prizes all the way down. But that's not what these guys are thinking about. We have a significant change in the Fabster game. Let's go right there. Queens are off. Bishop f1, h5. Fabiano finally did switch to this very strong idea. Bishop g2. Topalov willing to give this pawn, probably in order to snack on d7. But now it's just an endgame, an exchange down with active black rooks. So things are bad. Rook d7, rook h2. Going after the f2 pawn. Topalov's going to try to convert it into some kind of a race, I guess, by creating play on the queen side. But I don't think he can win that race. First, if you play a normal move like bishop c6, then rook f2, and b2 is on priest, so you're not even getting out of the block. Therefore, probably the only way to play here is bishop to b7, trying to defend this f2 pawn with some tactics. But nothing really works. Let's say rook b8, bishop e1. Horribly passive move, but you gotta keep that pawn. Here, black has a little trick, which I'm not sure he should go for, but probably should. Takes rook h1. Picking up this bishop after rook takes b6. Rook takes e1 check. Well, now we do have the race. I don't think the race that can be won, because this bishop is going to be a big factor fighting against the white pawns. I don't know. Let's just try it for fun's sake. Do people say for fun's sake? I'm not sure. No, those guys aren't fast enough. And that's what I was talking about. If this bishop can reach this diagonal, it's game. Little far, but I think, yeah, as I've thought for a while, Caruana is going to win this game. If rook d7, rook h2, it looks very strong. If not rook d7, then just d5, and black will win by having more material than the opponent. Things are looking good in Fabiland. I'm sure Lawrence Trent is opening the champagne and whatever else he uses to celebrate. But, of course, first of all, it ain't over till it's over. Secondly, there's still 3 games to play after this one. However, if Fabiano were to win this game with black, it would be a big, big step towards New York. Let's see how Mr. Vishy Anand is doing. They are slowly getting closer to the time control. It's move 38 already. I obviously have no idea what's going on and why Sergei Karjakin has tried to round up this c7 pawn, but he's had to allow the white pawn to reach the f5 square, severely limiting the black bishop. Now Vishy strikes while the iron is hot with h4, making black face a pretty tough decision. You can take this pawn, but then white is going to take this pawn, or I would guess he is, which might be possible to hold, but it won't be a lot of fun. And if you're a sneaky computer, after rook c7 you can even play nasty moves like rook d4, cashing in on the fact that this does not work, keeping the pressure. So that's one option. The other option is to, of course, take this pawn, but that means that after bishop f4 you have to live with Caesar 7 still on the board, and normally you don't like having a pawn sitting on your 7th rank. Well, yeah, the black pawns aren't really going anywhere. So both look unpleasant. I believe Karjakin is going to go for rook takes c7 just because you want to get rid of this. But credit to Vishy, I don't think I've done this game enough justice, mainly because I don't really understand what's going on. But he's managed to keep the pressure up, or build pressure, pretty much out of nowhere. Because if we look at this position, who would have thought this is not just a draw? Probably most of his fans, but I certainly thought it would end in a draw. But he's managed to quietly build up a serious initiative, and here after h4, move 38, Karjakin faces a very tricky decision, and even objectively, he might be in real big trouble. I don't know, take rook d4, this is comp style. You can't keep this pawn, even if you tried rook d6 check. And if, let's say, the bishop goes somewhere which looks natural, bishop g5, rook d7. Once again, first of all, you have to answer the questions. Is this endgame winning? I think this should be a draw here. You just followed up with g6. Yeah, this is equal. But after rook e4, the black pieces aren't exactly a model of coordination. And this is still a very unpleasant defense. I'm not sure if it's impossible. I don't think any defense is impossible for Sergei Karjakin. But it's not the type of position you would like to have against Vishy Anand. So Vishy Anand looks like he has a very good shot, given himself a very good shot to move right back into contention, get back to +2. While Aronian is desperately trying to achieve the same thing, but I have a feeling he's not going to be able to do it. Queen takes b7, rook to b8 has been played. Queen e4 also played, the only move stopping rook b1 check. Aronian now does have an extra pawn, but I would guess that Svidler is gonna follow through with his plan of queen a3, trying to get counterplay with queen c1 and rook b1. And at least in time trouble, it looks like the black position is easier to play. Of course, the computer's assessment, as usual, is 0-0-0 for those of you who wondered. But does that really matter? You have to calculate variations here. Could go either way. I don't think Levon's going to be very happy here. Let's see if Peter can keep it up. He could also just play a move on general grounds like rook c8, but if you give white time to, I don't know, play h3 or h4, safeguard his king, you're a pawn down, so that would sort of go against the spirit in which he's started this operation, sacrificing the pawn. So it doesn't look great. What's going on in Giriville? Really not much maneuvering, but it looks like, yeah, Hikaru's done a pretty good job maneuvering himself. And just as I was saying this, he played the move rook f8, which allows knight f4, which I do not understand. Do I? Don't I? Ah, no, I do. Okay, you gotta go here. Knight fg6, rook e6. yeah, black construction is still awkward. Like, the big difference is that white can always control the e4 square, while black can never control the e5 square with a pawn. But you gotta break through at some point, and so far Giri has given little indication that he's gonna be able to do it. No, yeah, my money is more on a draw than on a white win now. That could change with any move, obviously. I gotta stay with Peter for a moment here, because this is a crucial moment for him and the Svidlers out there if he's gonna go for this Queen A3 activity, which looks quite promising. I'm just not gonna talk while waiting for Queen A3. So get yourself a coffee, lean back, just as Fat Joe did, and enjoy the show. Come on, Peter, you gotta go Queen A3. What the H are you waiting for? For one last time, I need y'all to move. No, I don't think I'm that gifted at transferring rap lyrics into chess commentary. But I shall keep trying. Might not be able to do it though. Queen A3. And then to A2. These arrows look strange. I'm not gonna tell you what they remind me of. So yeah, you want to go here in order to give this check and then put this rook here and then go for the attack. The natural move is h4, but then this seems to at least put a lot of pressure on the white construction. You're threatening rook h1 checkmate. Apparently this is a draw, which I'm not sure can be calculated, because normally you would stop here since you're a rook down and your king is getting chased around the board. While if white plays something like rook e3, which looks normal, then black has time to either go for this and go the other way around, or to bring in reinforcements, rook c8. And in this position, the white extra pawn isn't really felt, because yeah, there's a lot of pressure. So it looks good for black on paper, but there's also precious little time, and you have to calculate all kinds of scary lines to make sure rook g6 never just wins. Like here, for example, rook e6. Seems like this is a draw, but you need to make sure. Is this a draw? See, I made one move by myself that wasn't suggested by the comp, and it's already going bonkers saying, what are you doing? White is winning now. Because of queen e5. I still don't understand why. And now I sort of do. So you have to be very, very careful here with black, and let's hope that Svidler can find the mojo to calculate his way out of it. All these lines are messy. I don't understand any of them. I'll just show them without comment. And yeah, he didn't pull the trigger. He's played rook c8 instead, when I might have to take back everything I've said earlier, because now he's a pawn down and white has time to stabilize. Pawn is a pawn. He's probably thinking that an endgame like that can be held. But yeah, that's disappointing for the Svidlers. And Levon, who I don't think played very well this game, looks like he's been given a second chance, or maybe a second chance, because as queen b2, Svidler got scared of the c4 d5 breakthrough, and he went rook a8, which at first I was praising, but it's based on some very, very direct tactics here with queen a3. Peter didn't do that, but instead went rook e8, he now has to defend an unpleasant position, pawn down after h3 or h4. Might still draw, actually should still draw, but it's a different ball game once again. Fabster does not give any such chances or miss any such chances ever. He's just chipping away at the white position. An exchange up. Toppy didn't take on d7. Then bishop d6 instead. Rook c4. Not sure why not rook h2 immediately, but nothing with rook c4. King a2, rook h2. Bishop f1, rook c1. And Karjakin's gonna win. Don't really doubt it. He's been playing tremendous chess. Took a great opening idea by Topalov today. Just defended, didn't panic, made the best moves he could see, and turned it around, upside down, and round and round. Vishy has been doing what he's been doing with white all tournament, playing quiet positions and just using his supreme chess understanding to put pressure on his opponents. That's what happened here. Karjakin is gonna have to be extremely careful in order to survive this position. I'm not sure if you can objectively. It looks very, very unpleasant. I think the best he can do is give this pawn, some subtleties here, starting with rook d4, but well, let's say takes. And try to survive this, but it won't be easy or fun. Giri got a great position out of the opening after, I believe, Nakamura committed a serious mistake by playing bishop e6, allowing this. And this position is just bad for black because of too many potential weaknesses. But Giri has, sort of been hanging around since, missing some chances. Breakthrough, well, Nakamura has been steady defending. He's still worse, and Giri is going to continue trying, but I'm not sure he will find the power to break through the black defensive lines. Sentences make sense, but I just make them up one word at a time, so go easy on me, peeps. What else we got? Karjakin thinking, Caruana winning, Svidler possibly bungling with rook c8, but it's still sort of unclear. Rook b5 on the board, which allows... Both sides are shaky. I mean, obviously, I'm watching time travel chess here by tired guys with an engine, but still, rook b5 allows this and this when, once again, black is back in black. This pawn is hanging, there's a check here, and if you go queen c2, the sneaky point is queen d6, attacking both these people. Queen d2, queen a3, and black is just too active. You can't keep everything covered now that a pair of rooks is gone and therefore there's no real kingside attack. I know, easier said than done and so on, but a second lifeline for the Svidler. So also other moves here, h4. But in general, the point is that white can't keep his construction because queen d6, not forced actually, but decent enough move. There's also other options. You can give it a little check, forcing the white king on a journey. Now queen a5, even a6. I don't know, rook takes b4 followed by queen a3 seems to be perfectly fine. If that's easy to spot or not, I no longer know. I'm hypnotized by engines and my own talking nonsense. I think it should be possible to evaluate this takes in queen a3 that you are active enough with play against these pawns. I'm also wondering, if you play a slow move like a6, well, first of all, you have to be a little concerned about this dude. But such a position also seems to be enough counterplay to me. Because even the rook ending, let's say here, takes fe. Black always wins his pawn back, and it's just Nietzsche. Nietzsche might be the only Russian word I know. It means draw. I know that in pretty much every language. Tablas, nul, remis. That's about it. Remise. Yeah, I might not know every language. Should ask Anish. No, I don't want to do this. Don't let me go to the dark side of Anish haters. Must stay strong. You know what? I'm gonna claim, even though it's not true, that I still believe that Anish is gonna score his first win today. He has a chip away position, 2 weaknesses, better king, nice knights. Anish, the people need you to win a game. Let's check the hashtag. Aronian could play rook f3. Chess24.com, whoever that is speculating if we could have 4 decisive results today. Let's see. Nah, I think the Aronian Svidler game is gonna end in a draw. Like this, for example. Actually, I believe this is a pretty likely outcome of this game, this very line I'm showing now. Because I believe Levon is gonna understand that he shouldn't push his luck any further, and Peter's gonna be happy with a draw. Well, not that he can do anything about it after rook g6. So I believe that game's gonna end in a draw. Fabi's gonna win. Vishy could win, and Giri could also win. But between Vishy's 50-50 position, Giri's 50-50 position, and Svidler's probably drawn position, I believe 4 decisive results are highly unlikely. Yeah, I feel a bit bad that I did do a bad job of explaining Vishy Anand's putting the screws on mastery. Problem is, I don't know how to do that. Karjakin goes g6. Interesting idea. Makes sense trying to exchange pawns, but does it work? Fg, king g6. If rook e7, then rook c7 does not work because of eternal pindumpness, and after bishop d4 it's just resigns. The plan is bishop f6 followed by bishop e5. F5 does not help the black cause, but after rook e7 it looks like black can take here. When once again Mr. H pawn stays alive, but now black would somehow have won a pawn on the king side. More importantly, made this diagonal much longer for his bishop, which means the bishop will have squares to stop this pawn from queening. This seems to be alright for black. Therefore, Vishy should try something else. Comp move is this, once again forcing rook c7, hg, threatening bishop f4, so fg looks logical. Bishop g5, bishop to e8. Note that black can still not take because this always separates the black pieces. So you would have to go here and then play this position. f6 is a little double-edged. You don't want your pawns fixed on dark squares normally. Then again, if you can put a protected pass pawn on f6 and keep the rooks on the board, it's probably tremendously bad news for Sergei Karjakin. So was this line forced, or did I just make stuff up? Well, first of all, rook d4 is a ridiculously tough starting move normally. Rook d4, rook c7 is nothing you think about much. But it looks like he's done it. Rook d4. Vishy is on fire in technical positions here. Rook c7 seems forced. hg. And my line was fg, which is not forced. And then bishop g5. Maybe it's more tenacious to go here. But also looks bad. Rook d6. Attacking this pawn. gf5. More or less forced, but no, this is winning. Looks like Vishy might be winning, and I might have to eat my virtual hat. Did I say I was gonna eat my hat if anybody wins? Nah, I think I just said eat my words. I'm not sure how to do that. But it does certainly look like Vishy's quietly played a technical masterpiece from an almost equal position, which, yeah, I thought was just a draw. I honestly did. He's outplayed Sergei Karjakin and is well on his way to his 4th victory already in this tournament. I believe that's the most wins anybody has, but Vichy also has 2 losses. But still very much in the race. Let's see what Levoncho has done. He's played Queen C2, doesn't want to force the draw with Rook G6. Peter has a white choice, Queen D6, Queen A5, even A6 looks alright. A6 if takes. There is a nice little surprise in store for white. So you shouldn't take. Let's see what the Svidler does, but I don't think there is a way to mess this up in one move at least. I'm not sure that's a very inspiring vote of confidence, but since they have 3 moves till the time control, it's good for him that he has a white choice. What's going on with Fabi? Now Fabi's still winning. Yeah, he's good. It's almost resigns by now. Computer gives F5, but you can't do anything on Zombo.com. He's just too much material up and the white pawns aren't really going anywhere. He's played G5. Why would you go G5? That's a weird move. See, you should never praise anybody. We'll get to their head and make them play weird moves. Oh no, hang on, I have the wrong position, right? He's Rook E1 first, and after Rook C2 he's played G5. Still a weird move, but probably good enough. Even though this bishop all of a sudden is very, very strong. I don't think he should have allowed that, because now the unholy alliance of white bishops is operating at, yeah, impressive levels. Rook H5, B4, and things aren't so easy anymore. Wow. Just as I was giving my wrapping up speech, because this position just looks so winning. He went Rook E1, Rook C2, still fairly winning, but Rook C2 already maybe a step into the wrong direction, because now his bishop can be forced off the board, and Rook takes F2. The point is white takes on C5, B6, and the B pawn is very hard to stop. So instead, if I played G5, probably should just have brought the king. G5, bishop G5, Rook takes E5, which looks very logical, eliminating this pawn. But somehow it's some weird geometry on the board now, with these 2 bishops have each other's back. And it's not going to be easy to shake them off. So this game is no longer over. Not sure that statement makes sense, but that's how it is. In other words, Caruana might have to win this again, because yeah, even though he earlier seemed to be winning, now all of a sudden these bishops are so strong that after Rook H5, for example, there is A4, A5, and man, this could, all of a sudden it's a game, this could go either way. Black king is very weak if the rook ever makes it to C8. A5 breakthroughs are all over the place. Oh, this is gonna get messy. It's best to go Rook D5 first, provoke this, and now go Rook H5. But even this is a pretty unclear position all of a sudden. B4, you cannot take on F2 because you get checkmated. So the bishop has to go home. Now it's a mess. Look how untouchable these bishops are. Even the bishop they can't get touched because you always have Rook C8 check. Wow, I didn't expect that to happen. I thought Fabiano had this game wrapped up. And yeah, 1 move or 2 moves before the time control here after E5. Anything looked winning once again, with computers running and all that good stuff. But rook e1, rook c2, g5, 2 mistakes, and all of a sudden it's anybody's game. Bishop f6, comeback for Topalov. We'll keep you posted. We're gonna go to the Svidler. He's played rook to b8, also pretty good move. There were many good moves here. Queen to e2, giving up the f4 pawn with check. I don't know if that was a wise decision. Now only black can be better. They've reached move 40. And I have a feeling, nah, black is better. Svidler might go for perpetual check, but he really shouldn't, because only black can be better here with his 4 against 2 on the king side. The white king being very, very weak. We'll see what he does. I wouldn't be too surprised if he's in let's go home mode and went queen c1. But if he just stops queen e5, going king g8 or whatever, this is going to be a very ugly defense for white because all his pawns are weak. So some action in time trouble. Svidler now objectively better, even though I wouldn't be too surprised if he went for the perpetual. Topalov, believe it or not, back in the game. Anand showing great technique and probably, I'm not sure if he's winning, but he's certainly much better, asking a lot of questions. And Giri is trying to, overload the black defenses. Hasn't made a lot of progress yet, but he will certainly keep trying. I think we've reached the time control everywhere. Let's confirm. Yeah, this is move 41. This is move 41. This is move 40, so we still need half a move from Svidler before we can say, now they're gonna think forever and we're going on break. And in the Anish game I've seen earlier, they're also at move 41. Where after rook e3, I'm not sure what has changed, but apparently now white has achieved something. And yeah, the black position is still very hard to defend. Svidler has repeated once, no surprises there. And yeah, I strongly feel like he's gonna try to go for the perpetual. I don't think he should. We'll find out. Now everyone's made the time control. That means all the players are gonna go into long thinking breaks, which I'm of course gonna use to go into a long break. Nah, short break myself. Thank you guys for watching the show, to listening to my ramblings. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Hello everybody and welcome back to round number 11 of the candidates. Today is the Jan solo show and we have all 4 games still in full effect. Let's do a little tour. They've all reached the time control, therefore we can expect the action to slow down a little bit from here. Let's start with Mr. Svidler with the black pieces against Dr. Levon. Peter does have a good position. He's repeated moves twice now, and I believe he's wrestling with himself. Make a draw with Queen C1 or play for a win. Objectively, he should play for a win. He is better here. White has a tough fight for survival. King G8, just stopping any checks on E5, and it's going to be very hard for White to keep everything under control. For example, Rook F3, Queen C1, King F2. There is the nasty little A6, and you can't really take because of Rook B2. So Black should continue the game here. Then again, the tournament hasn't gone well for Svidler. He suffered in this game, and I know the guy. He's gonna struggle with this decision if he wants to continue here, or if he just wants to call it a day. We'll find out. Then again, he's trying to win the game very hard, came very, very close on many occasions, so would be good from a Svidler fanboy perspective if he forced himself to go after the full point one more time here. He does have many pleasant ways of pursuing victory here. We'll see. Game number 2 is so far the shocker of the day. Mr. Caruana against Mr. Topalov, where it looks like Caruana was well on his way to smooth technical victory. Here, for example, after bishop f4, you can also take. But he went bishop e7, which is fine, e4. Now, bishop c5 also fine, e5. I guess he panicked a little about this rook being on the same diagonal as the bishop. Therefore, he moved it to e1, which is a step into the wrong direction, because Topalov, very alert, played rook c2, introducing the threat of rook c5, bc5, b6, and the b pawn is gonna run very, very fast. I just noticed that the cappuccino, I shouldn't plug Chibo or any other coffee brands that I bought myself, is in the picture. Might as well drink it then. So after rook c2, he played g5, which is logical. You wanna disconnect. What's going on? Disconnect the bishop from his pawn. But the computer doesn't like it, and the reason is that after bishop f6, all of a sudden, the white bishops are extremely powerful on their respective diagonals and are supporting each other. So Fabiano's been thinking for a long time here about where to put his rook. Rook h5 is a bad idea because it runs into either b4 or a4, both strong moves, when white is very much in the game. So what he should do is probably start with rook d5, trying to dislocate this bishop first. Bishop e4, rook h5, when at least he has d5 with tempo in some lines. But the position remains very unclear after b4. He's played rook d5, so after a long think, he's found the best way to play. I still believe that black should be better here, but the situation is a lot more tense than it was a couple moves back. Game number 3 is Vishy Anand working his magic with the white pieces, putting lots of pressure on Sergei Karjakin. They've reached an endgame where white is a healthy passed pawn up on f6. However, if you're dealing with Sergei Karjakin, this does not mean this is the end of the game. This means it's just the beginning. You have to try to convert this advantage against the toughest defender in chess. Won't be easy, but Vishy will certainly try. You probably don't push g5 just yet because you don't want to give this bishop this outpost, but instead play a move like king to g3 or bishop to g5, keeping the pressure. I don't know how big Vishy's winning chances are here. I would say it's a 50-50 proposition, 50% wins, 50% draws. But that could just be born out of my own ignorance. I'd be very unhappy if I was a defender here with black, because potentially this king can also walk right into my camp. He does have very good winning chances, no question about it. Game number 4. Is the game between Giri and Hikaru Nakamura. Sorry, just checking something. Be right back with you and with the game. Hopefully. All right. Giri Nakamura. Where do we have their little pictures? Here we go. Giri has been better for a long time, has maneuvered around. At some point I thought he wasn't really getting anywhere, but now he's forced the black knight to go to a7, which is a little far away from home, and the pressure is increasing. Knight a7, he's played queen b3, keeping an eye on the d5 pawn, and Hikaru faces a highly unpleasant fight for survival here. There's many ideas like rook c1, followed by rook c5, picking up one of the pawns. Plus you always have to watch out for knight jumps to g6. This knight on e5 is just too dominant, and white has all the freedom to maneuver that he wants. So I believe Anish's winning chances and his chance to, I was going to say draw first blood, but he drew the first 10, so that's probably not really the right expression. His chance to break his drawing streak is very high today. So where does it leave us? We could still have 4 decisive games. I earlier said that the Svidler game was going to be a draw for sure, but if Svidler manages to talk himself into continuing, I believe he has decent winning chances after any move really. King g8, rook b7, rook b6, whatever you want. You probably can't go for this a6 trick just yet. The point being that after rook f3, queen c1 check, white doesn't go king f2, but goes rook f1. And after queen takes c3, there is queen e5 check, which is quite unpleasant. So that's the one thing you should not do. You have to move either the rook or the king out of this potentially nasty check on e5. Therefore king g8 looks like an excellent move. And he's done it. He's played king g8. Kudos to Svidler, no matter how this ends, for continuing to try and for not settling for a draw here. I'm impressed with the willpower he mustered to come up with that one. When now, Levan Aronian, he's not going to be enjoying life. He hasn't been himself for the last 2 rounds. Today, I was critical of his earlier play, which looked too much based on cheapos, but especially the decision to allow this knight takes e5 without having f takes e5 struck me as a very, very strange idea. And therefore, he now has to suffer and try to survive this position. It's by no means easy, because his king is just so much weaker, and king safety, I've been told, is a very important factor in heavy piece endgames. In Topalov Caruana, the pace has slowed down considerably, as it should after the time control. Both sides trying to adjust to the new landscape, where all of a sudden white does have some play. Bishop e4 seems to be more or less forced. Maybe one thing they're thinking about is if black can simplify with rook f2, bishop f2, bishop d5, e d5, and go for this bishop endgame where, let me count pawns, black is a pawn up. 5 against 4, but I'm not sure if that's the decisive factor. White can still try to create a dangerous pass pawn here, but certainly an endgame to evaluate. My gut feeling without any analysis is it's probably a draw. But my gut is not the sharpest guy out there, so I could be very, very wrong. And apparently this game has ended in a draw. Maybe Fabiano understood that, the trend was not his friend. People have been warning him about that. and decided enough is enough, no reason to push his luck. That's a bit of a setback for Fabiano, if that information is true, because yeah, just a few moves earlier his position was winning. But still, if we look at the table, a draw with the black pieces is not terrible in this tournament situation, especially with Karjakin likely to not win at the very least. He's gonna remain in the lead. Still, a bit of a missed chance for him. And live on Aronian, if he loses the game, yeah, as I said, he's gonna drop out of contention. Well, Vichy Anand, should he win against Sergei Karjakin, they'd be trading places and Vichy would be right back in the lead with Fabiano Caruana, even though Fabiano Caruana holds a tiebreaker against Vichy. So technically, Vichy would be second. A lot of drama today. Let's not forget about the Gearster, because if Anish wins, he's on +1, half a point behind the leaders after drawing his first 10 games. That would be something as well. In the Vichy game, after f6, king f8, bishop f4 has been played. H7, king g2, bishop d7. No news there. It is a tough decision if you want to go bishop g5 or king g3 or king f3. Bishop g5 is not the most normal move somehow. I mean, you cover this pawn, but you don't allow yourself to keep your pawn formation intact. I believe it is important to keep this pawn on g4 for now, to restrict the dark squared bishop. But it's a bit of a tricky spot. Some music started playing outside. I'm not sure. Is it weekend already? I lost track of days. Sounds like people celebrating. Not sure what they're celebrating. Maybe some Easter thingy. I'm not very much in touch with the outside world these days. Not sure if either of the players are either. After queen b3, the knight did go to c8 and Anish decided to stop it from coming to d6 by playing queen b4. Nice little move, not threatening anything, but throwing a spanner in the works and asking black to make a move, which is not easy. You sort of want to get rid of this knight, but you can only do so at a very high price. Okay, random moves. D takes e5. This pawn is pretty dangerous, and these two guys are still targets. I still believe Anish is gonna pull it off today, win his first game. Not so sure about the Peter Svidler situation. And yeah, chat is giving high quality feedback. Nah, shouldn't be mean to the chat. I appreciate you guys being there. I just don't understand how people can say Fabiano blunder Ruana. Fabiano has been like a machine the last couple of rounds, playing almost perfect chess, and today in time trouble he doesn't make two computer moves. And yeah, we've talked about this blunder word being thrown around a little too easily. The only real blunder I can recall in this tournament has been Nakamura's knight takes g3 against Karjakin way back. But yeah, the game seems to have ended in a draw, which is not bad given the tournament situation, but given the situation on the board, Fabiano won't be happy with letting this chance slip, because a win would have put him in a dominating position to finish first. And a little date with Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru's in a tough spot, also given his tournament situation, having to defend this position where there's really very little upside against Anish Giri, who loves to grind without risk. He won't be having a lot of fun. Can I find some mate at least to entertain myself? Let's make something like this, for example. If it takes... Oops. There is a little checkmate. So yeah, just one of the many things you gotta watch out for if you're black here. And Hikaru has played knight d7, probably the best move, covering the f8 square, just in case. But his position remains unpleasant. The comp is going after the black king here with knight h5, a5, de5, intending to switch this rook over to the attack with rook g3, which looks very tempting. But also, what did I do earlier? g3 or any move maintaining the status quo is very unpleasant for black. DSOAT is saying Giri winning the tournament, that would be good for a movie. Yeah, it could be a fun movie, like some sports comeback underdog story. I'm not sure how much of a tearjerker that is, like after. It's not like he was the big underdog and looked like he had no chance and then made a big comeback. It's more like he was one of the favorites and didn't manage to win any of his first 10 games, but might win today. What would you call the movie? Like, my brain is a bit melted. Finding a second gear? I don't know. 11th Blood? We have to think about that, but I'm sure Giri, who has a half-friendly rivalry with Magnus Carlsen, mainly on social media, now that Magnus has his own movie, he's gonna be motivated to, yeah, get his own thing produced. Maybe it could be like some biopic about his days when he went to school in Japan. Nah, I got nothing. We're gonna have to wait. Vichy remains a machine, goes for bishop g5. Good move. Keeping all these sensitive squares covered and preparing to bring his king. Also asking black the sort of tricky question, what move would you like to make, sir? King e8 looks sort of like an obvious waiting move, but then king g3 and you still can't really do anything. If you move the rook, you run into f7, picking up the bishop, and if you move the bishop, you run into this little trick. When Frederick the f-pawn wins the day. So it's a very awkward position for Karjakin to defend. We all know he's seen worse, but I have a feeling he is going down against Vichy and his technique today. Seems like Levon is a little shocked that Svidler is playing for a win now. Didn't even give him the draw with king g8, taking a long time here. The problem is there might be nothing good for him. The computer line is this. But even with my limited rook endgame savvy, I would think this is very good winning chances, because you potentially have these 4 guys against these 2 guys. Of course, it's not really true, but I'm not sure if white will manage to bail out here. I have a feeling this could very well be winning for black. If c4, you're to start thinking about the pawn endgame, which might very well be winning for black. Probably is winning for black. Rook f5. And if you can't allow that, you have to go passive. No, this seems lost. Yeah, this seems lost. So tough decision for Levon Aronian, who is in trouble, both objectively, also psychologically, because he was calling the shots for most of the game. Got a nice position out of the opening, but now, just as in the game against Topalov, he has to suffer. Poor Levon. Like, I'm rooting for Svidler, so it's hard to root for both sides in such a game. But it just feels like, or it felt like to me, like this was his candidate and he was doing very well. But now he's stuck on +1, in danger of losing this one. And as I mentioned, pulling a jet bush in today's round. Well, yeah, imagine if Giri wins, Levon loses. He falls behind Anish Giri. And yeah, the field could really change. Karjakin, who's been leading throughout, if he loses today, Giri wins. They are equal on points, believe it or not. So there is still a lot of drama in the days to come. Tomorrow, where I'll be joined by our friend, young Dutch Grandmaster and big opening theoretician, chess bra, Robin van Kempen is going to pay us a visit. So looking forward to that. If you haven't seen them yet, check out Robin's opening series on the King's Indian and on the Timon of Sicilian. Some of the better opening series out there, in my not very humble opinion. So you might want to take a look at those. Levon is still taking a hard look at the position, not happy with what he sees. It's very hard to make a move. Yeah, basically comes down to, can you survive such a rook endgame? My gut feeling is you cannot. It should be lost. And if you can't do that, then the other white options don't look very enticing at all. Reading the chat, so I'm gonna become a statue holding my cappuccino. It's a German style coffee, it's mainly milk and a tiny bit of coffee in there. I'm being informed our friend Maria Rodrigo joined the Spanish show. If you speak any Spanish, by all means check them out. Mr. DBs has been grinding there for days and days on end. He's indestructible, our Spanish editor, community manager, whatever we want to call him, business manager, David Martinez, doing a lot of work over there. And he tends to get a lot of female company in his shows. Some moves have been made in Anand against Karjakin. The Vichy rook has made it to b8. How did this happen? Bishop g5. He's played bishop e6. Yeah, this was the other line. If you're not happy with king e8, you gotta allow this. King f7, rook b8. When, yeah, this pawn can't be defended, so black probably has to settle for something like bishop takes g4, at least taking one of those guys. Rook b7, king g8, and I am still not sure if this is winning or a draw. Bishop e6, by the way, the furthest thing from a blunder, since I read it in the chat. It's probably the most resilient defense. I just thought it looked too ugly to allow this, but this is the best try you can normally expect Karjakin to find in such unpleasant situations. Here after rook b6, yeah, I honestly don't know what's going on, as I haven't for all the game, but it does look like Karjakin is being himself, being very, very tough in defense. And there's still going to be work. He's played, hang on, he's played bishop takes c4. He took the c pawn, not the g pawn. Was that what you guys yelled blunder about? I'm not sure, but it's a surprising choice. I thought this pawn was more important, so you might want to get rid of that one. Takes, rook b8 check, king f7. One thing I'm never 100% certain of is such an endgame a draw? Let's think. Yeah, this looks like a draw, because the king can stop the f-pawn, and then you go bishop b3, forcing a5. Put your bishop on b5, and just wait and see. So yeah, this is just a draw. You can't exchange rooks. But good news is, you don't have to. Probably rook b6. Not really threatening rook c6 yet because of bishop d5 check, but that can change also, making this bishop guard his a6 pawn. And white just wants to go king g3, threatening rook c6, overloading black's defense. This might just be winning for Vichy indeed. We will find out. See some question what this thing is. This is the computer evaluation. The wider it is, the better is white's positions. Well, if it's somewhere in the middle, the position is equal. Here we see it is not quite in the middle. White is better in Giri against Nakamura. The question is, can he win? Knight d7, he played h4. Good waiting move on general grounds in some lines, preparing h5 knight. Sorry. Knight g6. And yeah, black does not have an easy life here. Knight e5, just d e5. Anish is working on this setup while these pawns remain targets. There is also ideas with rook g3, knight h5. It's just a very unpleasant position, and it has not been Hikaru Nakamura's tournament at all. He just couldn't get going. Had a good position against Fabiano Caruana in the first round. Didn't win that. Somehow feels like it went downhill ever since. Little Thai maintenance work here. Speaking of Thai, Thailand Open is coming up next month. Very excited about that. In Bangkok, if you don't have holiday plans for April just yet, I can highly recommend the Thailand Open. Nice hotel, great organizing team, strong field, which I'm not that happy about because I'd like to win it, so I want a weak field. But I'll live with it. That's all I have to plug, except for the usual plug for the Chess24 premium membership. If you want to improve your chess, have access to faster engines, thousands of video series, the tactics trainer, not be ignored by me in the chat, have access to the Banter Blitz sessions with famous grandmasters, Peter Svidler, Luke van Wely, Robin van Kempen, Jan Gustafsson, the best of them all, then by all means consider a premium subscription. It's whatever, $9.99 a month. You help out the Chess24 project, you support it, you make sure we can keep doing these live shows, and I believe it's the best investment you can make to improve your chess. That was a pretty fluid marketing speech, and I also meant every bit of it. Knight takes e5 is on the board. In Giri Nakamura, Giri should go d takes e5, and I think he will. You don't want to exchange any pieces. These rooks are sort of passive, staring at a white pawn. So you want to keep them all on the board and have the option to swing your own rook all over the place. Probably you don't want to swing it to f1, but what do I know? Still looks like Giri has outplayed Hikaru. He probably should be consistent, either use first or last name. Giri outplayed Nakamura. Anish outplayed Hikaru. I have a feeling this will be the day. What did Vishy do? Vishy played king g3 immediately, also fine, but Karjakin is a dangerous guy to give even a lens of life because he's gonna use it, and maybe was more precise to play rook b6 just to stop this king e6, which was played. Now rook e8 check has been executed. King d5 is not a good idea because rook e7, and if you take the newly built e-pawn is gonna change gender. Therefore, you go to d7, I would guess. Well, I'm not sure what Vishy wants. He could go for this. This is a nice move, actually. Sneaky rook check. Once again, the tactical point is king d8, f7 check, followed by f8 queen. Well, the king can't go back to e6 because then rook d6 picks up the c-pawn. So it would mean the king has to go to c7, and it sort of has to commit to one side of the board, which is probably in white's interest. Still not sure how to convert, but this feels like progress. Either rook a8, forcing the king even further, king b7, now something like rook f8. Feels like the black defenses should get overstretched somehow. It's Karjakin, but how much defensive magic can Karjakin pull off in one tournament? I am not sure yet. We will certainly find out today, where he is being tested to the max by another very quiet, very technical performance by Vishyana. This is how he won his game against Levon Aronian. Seems to work for him, especially with the white pieces in this tournament. Speaking of Levoncho, let's have a look how he's faring against Peter. Where, yeah, in time trouble, Peter got sort of the better of him. And Levon, after King G2, King G8, probably rightly judged that he didn't have a chance in any of these rook endgames where he loses the b5 pawn. Therefore, he tried queen to b2, stopping queen c1 check. But Svidler remains sharp. He goes a6. I believe b6 does not run very far because queen d6 picks it up. So Levon had to play c4. And after c4, black plays a takes b5. White faces tough decision. C takes b5. You can already see these pawns aren't very pretty. And also the white coordination is not great. So Peter would, I believe, win on the spot with rook c8, threatening rook c1. More or less checkmate. You can't go h3. You can't go rook c3 because of queen d4. So this looks like game over. Therefore, probably Levon has to try c5 instead of cb5. But it's a pretty desperate situation. You're a pawn down. Your king is weaker. The c pawn is no stronger than the black b pawn. Frankly, it just looks lost. Which would be great news for the Svidlers, but I can't help feeling bad for Levon Aronian, who, once again, had a great start in a candidates tournament, looked poised, but will not get there in the end. Karjakin decided to stay on the king side with his king, didn't venture these adventures. Adventures. Went king f7, when Vichy can once again stop this king from activating by going rook d8, intending rook d6, or in some ways rook d7 check first. And the to and fro continues. Great winning chances for the Tiger of Chennai. I don't think people call him that. Used to be Tiger from Madras, but ever since Madras changed the name to Chennai, I haven't heard Vichy being called a Tiger. Might be wrong. So let's sum up. Levon more or less lost c5, queen e4, or c5, e5. Big trouble. Peter Svidler very close to winning his first game. And if we're allowed to dream a bit, the Svid fans out here, if he wins, he's back to 50%. Maybe with the second win, he does win another game with white. And all of a sudden, 2 games to go, he could be half a point behind the leaders. It's a little far-fetched, I'll admit that. But of course, would be great to see Peter win his first game, which I believe he has very much deserved with his play in the previous 10 rounds. Vichy Anand, this game's going to take a long time. This is the standard commentator experience. You're approaching hour 6. Sergei Karjakin has either a slightly worse or a slightly better endgame. You know it's going to take forever, but you don't know the result, so you gotta stick with it. Frankly, that's why I thought about starting a petition. Let's not have Karjakin in any tournaments. I have zero problems with the guy, but he just makes you miss dinner every day as a commentator. He should maybe play different time control. Like, Karjakin gets 1 hour, and his opponent also gets 1 hour, just to ensure us against these endgames. I'm not sure it's true, and in this tournament he hasn't played that many long games. It just feels like there's always a Karjakin endgame going on, but probably this is... What's the term? Selective reflection? Is that a thing? I'm making up words. Mr. Giri is in the driver's seat. Hikaru had to take on e5. D takes e5. Rook f7. The problem is these pieces have so little scope. Like, you would like to go rook f8, but even that accomplishes nothing after g3. Not even speaking of the fact that white can just push his e-pawn further up the board here, when if black tries to block it, I believe the white activity just becomes overwhelming. Many options, rook e5, rook g3, rook d3, trying to pick up this guy. This looks pretty bad, so probably the rook has to try to activate itself with rook f5, but the position is still fairly desperate. Maybe even e7, trying to tie black down. And you can go knight g6 if needed. Reinforce his knight with h5. It's pretty bad for black. So let's do a brief round of predictions. I predict a Svidler victory. I predict, this is the toughest one, I predict an Anand victory with heavy disclaimers that, yeah, I know it's Karjakin, I know he never loses. And I predict a Giri victory. He just played knight h5, but that looks like a fine move as well. Trying to swing to the king. Okay, quick chat and social media check, and then another breaker. A lot of people still out there. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, the Americans, for probably joining the show. Karjakin must win. The player with the most points should win. That's a balanced opinion by Mated for Life. Snoro is saying so. Caruana is 7 wins in a row and the Giri is 10 draws in a row, correct? Yeah, that sounds about right, but it looks like even Giri is not gonna be able to break his own record, which is not really a record. Even I must have made like 48 draws in a row at some point. Don't we all? But I don't think Giri's streak will reach 11. And yeah, people are happy for Peter, so am I. Kevanov would like to see Caruana in New York, where he grew up. T. Soat is asking if we're gonna have a photo finish. Certainly looks like it, especially after Fabiano did not win his game today, did not pull away from the field. Molusin 45. But his new one, how to draw in bullet? I'm not sure. Anish is a big bullet guy. Selective memory, not selective reflection. Fair enough. I'm alone today because people say I talk too much. So if I can't get a word in and this narcissist is just gonna sit there with his coffee and blabber on, might as well leave him alone. And in all seriousness, tomorrow I'm getting company by Grandmaster Robin van Kampen. Up till yesterday, Luke van Wely was here, but he left to play a tournament, and Robin, being the dedicated student that he is, we're going to talk about it. His career in economics could not get the day off, but he's going to be here tomorrow. That's at least my interpretation. I have no idea. All right, let's check the Twitter hashtag. People are happy that Svidler is going for it. Our friend Sam Thompson, the cocktail expert from the United States of America, says Topalov Caruana, Magnus Carlsen would never have offered a draw in that position, just saying, I don't know, I don't think we can accuse Fabiano of a lack of fighting spirit, but he of course felt the thing was getting a little out of hand here after some mistakes, so I think it was a pretty decent practical decision. And yeah, I don't know, but it's always easy to say. Magnus would never have done that. Just saying. We still love you, Sam Thompson. Some questions if Vish is going to win his 4th game in the candidates. It does look like it. Then again, he is facing the master of defense, not the master of the universe, Sergei Karjakin. So it ain't over until the fat lady sings. But there is certainly very good chances for Vishy to convert this. Look at this pawn. It's a powerhouse of a pawn. And Levon's played c5, Svidler. Many options. This is the most direct, but I don't think he's going to go for this. It's a little too tactical for my blood. You can just put the queen on e4, keep an eye on c6, potentially put it on d5, then start pushing your b-pawn. And sooner rather than later, the difference in king safety will tell. So yeah, I don't want to jinx Peter, but he does once again have a winning position, a pawn up. Pretty known scenario for him in this tournament. And I disagree that he swindled Aronian. Levon, yeah, didn't have his greatest day, just as yesterday and the day before weren't his greatest days. And he allowed Peter to come back and then from equality even get further. That's all I got. It feels like the caffeine is not really kicking in just yet. So my apologies if normally my eyes don't open fully, which probably would look creepy anyway, so you guys don't want to see that. But it feels like they're even smaller than usual today. So I believe my eyes need a little rest. And then I'll be back with a lot of drama still to come. Not in the Fabi game, that's a draw. But Svidler, can he score his first victory in the tournament? Giri, can he score his first victory in the tournament? Are people gonna stop calling him the artist if he does? I think they won't stop, even if he wins. But he does have very good chances to defeat Hikaru Nakamura. Anand, can Anand win his fourth white game? Believe it or not, he's already won 3, and he's well on his way to win another white game. After another quiet opening, he just gets the bishop out, goes d3, c3, shuffles the pieces around, and then he wins in the end. Lot to be learned from Anand and his 1e4 serve. So, lots still to come. Thank you guys for watching. See you in Welcome back, boys and girls, to our coverage of round number 11 of the Candidates Tournament. I'm Robert Durst, and we're gonna go straight to the action because it looks like Peter Svidler, I gotta be careful with the jinxing now, is doing very well against Levon Aronian. After queen to e1, he can give a check on a2 with his rook. The king has to go to f1. And now many ways lead to Rome, but the obvious one is to play queen to b2, threatening rook a1. The queen has to stay close to the f2 square in order not to allow checkmate. Therefore, the game is over. The last ditch effort would be rook takes g6 check, hoping for f takes g6, which allows a perpetual check with queen e6. But if Svidler just calmly removes his king, goes king f8, the threat of rook to a1 is still very much in place, and the game would come to an end. So it seems like today Peter Svidler very close to his first victory in the tournament, while Anish Giri, after 10 draws, which is one draw more than Peter, who scored 9 draws and 1 loss out of his first 10 games, is also very close to defeating Hikaru Nakamura. But Hikaru is still alive. Anish has still not delivered the coup de grace, and therefore this is a lot less certain than Peter's winning chances. e6 looks like a clever move. If rook f2, you switch to check operations with rook g3, which cannot really be parried, but rook f5 targets the knight and makes the white task a lot harder. Rook e5 looks like the best move. White has tremendous advantage, but the position does not win itself. Black can try to sort of blockade this e6 pawn for now. While he should not survive, it's not a foregone conclusion that Anish will manage to win this either. What's Peter doing? He went queen b2 check. Less good than rook a2 check because it does not force the immediate end, but it also seems to be winning. If the king steps on the third rank, then you bring the ruckus. And after king g5, of course, it's a decent idea to pick up another pawn with check, but you could also go for this little move. Rook takes a3, queen f6 check, ending the game with checkmate, while if white plays queen e2, queen takes d4 check wins. All of this was no longer complicated, therefore Levon Aronian threw in the towel. Poor Aronian, I feel bad for him, who's dropping back to 50%. But of course it's great for us here at Chess24 that Peter Svidler finally scored his first more than deserved victory. Today he was under pressure out of the opening, but Levon didn't manage to bring home the bacon, and then was gradually outplayed. First win for Peter Svidler, who's back to 50%. And if we can dream a little, 50% is only 1 point behind the leader, Fabiano Caruana, on +2. So Svidler not fully out of it. There's still 3 games to go. Of course, it's a long shot, but you never know what could happen. Congratulations, Peter. Nice win, nice spirit, especially, might have been obvious, but it wasn't obvious to me, not going for the move competition here, but rightly judging that black is better, finding the move king g8, than opening the position with a6. Winning a nice game in the end. So Svidler and Aronian are now equal on points, believe it or not. Sergei Karjakin, should he lose, he would fall back to +1, but it is Sergei Karjakin we're talking about. He is ridiculously hard to beat. I've seen some people claim in the chat that it was a dead draw. I totally disagree. I believe white has excellent winning chances here. But Karjakin is the toughest defender in the business, so it's by no means a given that Vichy is going to win this. As for how to win, I don't really know. You try to overstretch the black defenses. Somehow either get your rook to b6 and pick up another pawn, or find a moment when rook b7 supports the f-pawn Some lines, king to g5, targeting g6, should also be decisive. I have a feeling black has too many problems, but Sergei Karjakin might be able to deal with 99 problems at a time, so I'm very reluctant to say he's gonna lose any endgame that is not like made in a couple moves. Sorry for the annoying sound, that's me scrolling through the chat. Sounds like Giri's done something wrong, so let's check back in with that game. What happened here? Sacrifice on g7, but looks like he's missed something. What's going on? e6, rook f5. He took on g7. The point being, queen takes g7, rook to g3. But oh no, he's blundered. This is a very bad blunder. Poor Giri. He's missed rook g5. And the point is, after queen g7, white does not win material as he thought he would have, because there is rook takes g7, while h takes g5, taking the rook, leaves the queen on priest. So this is just a hallucination trying to finish the game, but it did not work. And yeah, this is heartbreak for Giri. He's lucky that his position was so dominating that he's the game here if he goes rook takes g5, which he will have to do begrudgingly. H takes g, queen takes d5. He picks up enough pawns. Knight e7, queen takes b5 that he probably shouldn't lose. But yeah, this is something we can really call a blunder, not the things where the computer evaluation changes by half a point, which we've earlier heard people call blunder. But he's done this with the clear intention of finishing the game with rook g3 and rook g5. All of a sudden, it turns out you can't pick up material because queen g7, rook g7, and hg, queen d4. Therefore, he has to settle for this, try to make a draw here, which, yeah, with all the slack he's been getting, this is heartbreak for the 21-year-old who has outplayed Hikaru Nakamura in this game and then trying to seal the deal. He basically blunders a piece. He's just lucky that it probably won't lose him the game. This is madness. You can see how nervous people are in this tournament, especially when it comes to closing in on their first victory. We've seen Peter Svidler struggling with it a couple times today. Yeah, it happens to Anish Giri. Yeah, it's just a hallucination. Sometimes it's hard to see a retreat like this when he was calculating. I'm sure he was thinking king g7, hg, game over. But this rook is allowed to retreat. Recapture here. This would be winning for black, so you can't go for it. What he has to do now is readjust and go for the most resilient rook g5, h, queen d5, threatening e7 check. So this has to be blocked with knight e7. Now take either pawn. Probably want to take the b pawn. Rook b, queen b5, gh4, something like queen h5. And I don't think that white can lose this, or is even worse here, he's too active. But clearly this was not the plan. And it's going to be very hard mentally to switch to making a draw now. This is heartbreak for Anish Giri. So let's check out Vishy Anand's game. He's played a4, well, no, black's played a5, sorry. Which probably makes sense because this pawn was a target on a6, and on a5 at least it fixes the white a4 pawn. So in some lines the black bishop could hope to pick up this pawn, and if the a pawns would be exchanged, that would considerably ease Karjakin's defense. There's still many problems though. King to f4. And I still have a feeling this position should be objectively winning. The rook probably has to occupy the h-file before the white rook does. Now back to this maneuver. The rook wants to go to the b file, but it can't go to b3. So you put it on e1, intending to go all the way to b1 and either b7 or b6, a6, when black is still under tremendous pressure. Might be too much to handle, but once again, it is the defensonator Sergei Karjakin. Not a great word I made up there. So I'm not writing him off, but I do think his position is going to be very tough to play. In the meantime, Hikaru Nakamura probably cannot believe his luck. Knight takes g7. I mean, the position was not winning on the spot, but rook e5 maintains a tremendous advantage and should win in the long run. White picks up the d5 pawn, and yeah, it is more or less winning. Knight g7 was meant to end the game. Yeah, this is a weird tactic because rook g3 pins the queen, and rook g5. It's a strange motive, this sort of double attack. This queen, after hg5, the g file is blocked, so queen d4 is legal, while after queen g7, the rook retreats and defends it. But still, of course, it's based on a hallucination and would not happen to any of these guys in good form or unexhausted, probably also not a word, with their nerves in check. Anyway, Giri has adjusted to the new landscape. He's played the only line there was: rook takes g5, h takes g, queen takes d5. When I believe the position should still be drawn. Knight e7, best move. Queen takes b5, you need to get rid of the passed pawn. G takes h4, queen to h5, stopping h3. And with the black king so open and 2 pawns for the piece, you should probably draw this without too much trouble. But still, now white has to draw this, even though I'm not sure if white is really worse. Rook e4, intending rook g4. Looks like he still has enough play to make a comfortable draw. But he won't be happy, no matter how much people are saying his draw addiction made him do this. This is just a blunder from a 21-year-old in the most important tournament of his career, where he was very close to coming within half a point of the leaders. So, yeah, I feel bad for him, believe it or not. Hikaru Nakamura, on the other hand, yeah, he's defended tenaciously and he's, of course, not to blame. He's just picked up his chance when it was there. Pity for him that probably, even though his opponent blundered, he's not going to win the game, and the draw doesn't really help either of the players very much. Nakamura stays in second to last place where he is, half a point ahead of Topalov. Giri stays on 50%, so he doesn't really have a chance to fight for tournament victory anymore. Even though I think I was arguing earlier that Svidler on 50% is back in the race, so it ain't over till it's over. But for realistic chances, Giri really had to win this game today. Vishy hasn't had a problem winning games. He's won 3 already. He has had a problem avoiding defeats with the black pieces, but fortunately for him, he's white today and he's very close to another victory against Sergei Karjakin, the co-leader who won 2 games early in the tournament, has not lost a game yet, has defended many slightly suspect positions, even though nothing outrageous. He's just a tough defender. And he has to do that job today again. I'm very, very torn between saying it's more likely that Vishy's going to win this or that it's going to end in a draw. Right now I'm still operating under the assumption that white is more likely to win, but could change depending on the final result. And the game between Giri and Nakamura did end in a draw, so yeah. I'm sure the internet is going to have a field day with it. I honestly feel bad for Giri for this blackout when he had outplayed Hikaru Nakamura and then trying to cash in. He missed this cute little defense. So draw here, which means Giri places 11th draw in a row. Hikaru Nakamura has had some decisive results, reaches 4.5 out of 11. 1 win, 3 losses, has stabilized after a shaky start, but also doesn't get him anywhere really. Today he was outplayed by Anish after slightly suspect opening play, especially as mentioned. The move bishop e6 strikes me as just a mistake, but Anish let him survive by going for this erroneous knight sacrifice. In other news, Vasily Topalov drew against Fabiano Caruana. Topalov came up with a very nice opening idea, or at least a very dangerous opening idea, this e3, a6, queen a4, and he sacrificed an exchange for a lot of play. Got, I believe, a better position somewhere around here. Queen h5, Caruana was forced to go king f8, but then Topalov took his foot off the gas, or showed he's not in peak form in this tournament, and was subsequently outplayed by Fabiano Caruana. I believe a couple moves here could be questioned. Long castles, b6, king b1, bishop a6, knight a5, rook d8, bishop c3, especially where white could still force a draw with knight d6, followed by bishop takes g7. Nice little combination. But then, even Fabiano, who's played fantastic chess the last rounds and has seemed to be a man without a conscience and without nerves, crumbled a little bit under pressure in this position. Bishop c5, e5. He removed his rook from the c-file, which was a mistake, even though an easy one to make, because you don't want this rook opposite this bishop. But after rook e1, rook c2, all of a sudden things get a lot more complicated. Threats with rook takes c5 followed by b6 start appearing on the horizon. g5, bishop g5, rook e5, and bishop f6, and all of a sudden the two white bishops are so active, so well coordinated, that I believe Caruana took a good practical decision, offering a draw here after bishop rook to d5. The best move is probably bishop to e4, when I'm not sure what's going on. There's an endgame after rook takes f2, or there's a position after rook h5, b4, bishop f8, say a4, with mutual chances, believe it or not. So Caruana with a draw maintains the lead, but very, very close to +3, because even this position after let's say f5, as given by the computer, is totally winning for black. Aronian lost his game to Peter Svidler, continuing his sort of meltdown over the last 3 rounds, where he first lost to Vishy Anand, then failed to convert an almost winning position against Vasily Topalov, almost lost that one. Today, once again, with a good position out of the opening and even much later in the game, this position is quite unpleasant for black, because knight e5 is always met with fe5, and if you can't remove this knight, you're in trouble. But Aronian started playing here for some one-move tricks, which I'm not sure were best. Queen c2, rook g5. And here, I believe this is a serious mistake, the move rook f3, allowing knight takes e5 when you can't go fe5. I'm not sure if this was just a slip of the hand, or if he intended to play this position. After rook e5, the worst was over. Then both sides played some interesting moves. Here, computer wanted queen a3. Svidler went for rook c8. Well, instead of h4 or h3, when probably white is better, I tried to clarify the situation with rook b5 in time trouble. This was a mistake. Now is very much back in the game and has the more easy play. And Aronian, after a further mistake in form of queen e2, giving up this f4 pawn with check, could not save the position. White is probably slightly worse here, but queen b1 or rook d3 seemed more resilient. Here, Svidler, to his credit, decided to spurn a threefold repetition, went king g8, and went on to open the position and convert his advantage. That leaves us with the last running game. As mentioned, this is deja vu, even though it might all be in my head. Vishy Anand against Sergei Karjakin. The Karjakin endgame is the commentators' kryptonite, because they always take so long. But we are chess fans over here, so we're gonna stick around and watch this. You can tweet us using the hashtag C24Live, even though I'm all by myself today, so it's hard to monitor everything that's going on. Let me check the Twitter hashtag. Moscow Candidates is turning into a Caruana Anand duel, according to Ivan Borstad. I'm not sure yet if we can say that. But yeah, Levon Aronian sort of dropped out of the race today. Anish Giri did not manage to score his win, switched to +1. And if Vichy wins, that could very much be the case, but you still have to win this position against Sergei Karjakin, who is on +2, is in the lead with Caruana currently. So I would certainly not count him out. A lot of Giri stuff. Our friend Robert Riss, international master from the Netherlands, seems to be enjoying today's round and the drama. And I do agree with the game he mentions. He says Anand's play reminds him of the game Karjakin against Onishuk from last World Championship in Baku. I don't have the game ready, but I also thought of that one because that was a must-win situation for Sergei Karjakin. He had lost a game in the World Cup to Alexander Onishuk and had to win with the white pieces. And he went for a very quiet position, very similar to this one, an endgame with opposite color bishops, and methodically converted it against Alexander Onishuk. So Karjakin knows what it feels like to be on the other side of this. But of course, he is the most... I'm running out of words. I know tenacious and resilient, but what other words do we have for good defender, tough defender, stubborn defender? That's all I got. The position hasn't changed that much. I'm not sure why Vichy went back to g3. I believe he needs his king here to target these squares. The rook from e1 can go to b1. The problem is it can't go to h1, which Karjakin uses to put his rook on f7, because you don't want to depend on the h file. It's not legal to... Well, it's legal. It's not advised to occupy it here. So I'm curious to see what Vichy's going to try. Rook b1. Then I guess Karjakin's just going to wait, king c7. If check, king d7. And you have to take care of this pawn first. I'm not sure if g5 is progress for white or a setback. I thought it's not something you want generally, because you might want to use this square on g5 for the king to target the g6 pawn. But maybe at some point, if you run out of other ideas, to try going for this. I don't think we're there yet, and Vichy should probably do what you do with good technique anyway. If you don't have a clear winning plan, you make your opponent run around a couple times in circles, pretend like you don't really have a clue, and then you go for your main plan. Here, I believe his main plan has to be connected with king activity in one way or the other. Maybe e2 is an important square for the rook, because from e2 it can switch to both b2 and h2, which are the two key files we're battling about, apart from the e file. So I still like Vichy's winning chances, and as I was giving that speech, he's done something very direct. He's gone after the a-pawn, rook e8 check, king d7, rook a8. Could have thought about the idea of grabbing a pawn while I was giving my little general consideration speech. King c7, Karjakin, tricky as he is, tries to lock up this rook. Rook a5, king b7. I believe the position is just a draw, because this rook does not really get out of there. So yeah, any small defensive resource will always get used by Sergei Karjakin. King f4, rook to d7 on the board. Same story, rook a5, king b7. But there might be other options. One very strong move brought to you by the computer, as any clever thing I've said during this show, is bishop h4, intending bishop e1, picking up this pawn with the bishop. After king b7, rook e8, and the black defenses have been stretched out a little bit, so now this is a serious threat. And black, for example, is not in time to stay passive. Rook f7, king g5 is immediately decisive. So I have to put the bishop here, bishop f7, and here it looks like white has made some sort of progress. At least according to the comp, this is game over, because you can't avoid the penetration of the king or the assassination of the a5 pawn by the coward bishop e1. King b7 on the board. Vichy's not going to take on a5. He has played bishop h4, showing he is very much up to the task when it comes to technical play in this game and in this tournament in general. Rook a5, yeah, would be big mistake, because this rook has less future than me in the National Basketball Association. It's just never gonna go anywhere. But rook to e8, and it seems like the black defenses are about to crumble. As we all know, it ain't over till it's over. And it ain't over. But Vichy has excellent winning chances here. Alessandro Grimaldi is enjoying the commentary. Thanks, Alessandro. Doing what I can, which admittedly is not that much. I can drink coffee and read engine lines and put on ties. Let's check the chat. No premium members. Makes me sad to see that. We need more premium members to keep the Chess24 project growing. And I do believe it's a great investment. If you want to improve your chess, check it out, chess24.com, whatever, /en/premium. I believe that's what it is. Get a lot of good stuff, mainly access to my video series. And the tremendous honor to get crushed by me in Banter Blitz. Question if Giri is Sopiko's boyfriend. They're married. Yeah, people are well aware of Karjakin's defensive reputation, are still saying he's gonna draw this. I don't think he is, and of course I am a spacebar monkey, as all of us. After rook f8 or rook e8, the computer starts giving evaluations like +4, which means it can see a direct win. Maybe rook f8 is actually very clever, because, I don't know, black doesn't seem to have a good move. If you go bishop f7, I can take it, for example. And here, the fact that there's no longer opposite colored bishops helps white, because white is just totally winning. So rook f8 could be a very nasty move, undermining this f7 outpost as a defensive square. Yeah, you try. I think you try. You understand what I'm trying to say, is what I'm trying to say. King g5 is a big threat. This looks gone, baby, gone. Rook e8 was played instead, also natural. Bishop f7, you can still go to f8 if you so choose. Same idea, threatening rook f7, followed by king g5. So this bishop would have to move, let's say, to e6. And now, I'm gonna say king g5, but that's a mistake. With the bishop on e6, all of a sudden there is counterplay, very Karjakin-esque. Therefore, Vichy, who is really not missing, goes rook to e4, e5, and don't ask me why, because I don't know, but rook e3 here is decisive. King g5, massive threat. Let's say the bishop goes anywhere, waiting. And if bishop f7, then white has reached his optimum setup. Can spend a tempo even targeting this guy. If you defend it, the end is near, because now black is too stretched out. You can't both defend this pawn and defend against king f6. This is the end. I'm bad at calculating, but I'd say it's roughly mate in 14. More or less. Let's wait for a bit, maybe it's 13. Nah, it's mate in 14. But yeah, just to show what can happen if white reaches his optimum setup, and it looks like there's very little black can do about it. With hindsight, maybe Karjakin is gonna regret playing a5, because this pawn could get attacked by the bishop. But leaving it on a6 had its own set of problems, could have gotten fixed there, then attacked by the rook from b6. So, impressive game, which after the opening, after move 20, playing against Sergei Karjakin, the endgame defender in the world, I frankly thought it was just gonna be a draw reasonably quickly. No such thing. Here we are, 47 moves later, and Vichy Anand has totally outmaneuvered Sergei Karjakin and is about to move back into the shared lead on +2 with Fabiano the fabulous Caruana. Caruana holds a tiebreaker against Vichy because he won their individual encounter 1.5-1/2. So Vichy has to score half a point more than Fabi if he wants to qualify for his third date with Magnus Carlsen. But you win them one game at a time, and Vichy Anand, especially with white, he's been lethal, scoring +4 from all these quiet three Italians and Rui Lopez's. Very, very impressive stuff by the veteran former world champion Vichy Anand. Oh, I shouldn't jinx him. The game is not over. If he wins this, it would be +4. Right now it's +3 with very good chances to win this one. But once again, it's Mr. Karjakin. Bishop f7 on the board. This is asking for king g5 when, yeah, white's best setup is bishop e1, pinning you down here, and then either rook e7 or bishop takes a5. Because if you meet bishop e1 with, let's say, I don't even know how to manufacture this, if the king goes too far away, then rook e7 just wins. Here, let's say you crawl back. Something along those lines. Here, if you're a sadist, you go g5. Probably even if you're not a sadist, you go g5 because it's Zugzwang. Nothing you can move without losing material. My first intention was to go after the a pawn, which wins, but you can also end the game immediately with g5 or bishop g5. So that's the problem. Yeah, Karjakin's played king a6 when I believe rook e7 should win now. Yeah, actually, I know rook e7 wins. It's not even close. And it's also not tough for a player of Vichy's caliber to calculate. It's not the only winning move. You can do other things as well. Bring the king to h6 and g7. But rook e7 looks fairly clear-cut. If rook d5, you just go away. And worst case scenario, you pick up this bishop. Rook e7 on the board. Anand's gonna win. There's, yeah, no more doubts in my mind. Sounds like, did he win already? Yeah, sounds like he already won. Very impressive technical game by Vichy Anand. I only understand like maybe 2% of what was going on. But don't forget, this is Karjakin. So to beat Karjakin like that is a very serious achievement. So let's wrap up very briefly. Svidler wins his first game against Levan Aronian after Levan Aronian, yeah, first doesn't find a way to keep his initiative going, and then, yeah, lost the thread. First victory for Peter Svidler. Of course, great news here in the Chess24 headquarters, even though I feel a little sad for Levan Aronian, who once again won't manage to qualify for a World Championship match. Fabiano Caruana draws against Veselin Topalov from a position of, well, maybe strength is the wrong word, from a winning position. He first played tremendous chess, absorbing Topalov's opening idea, but then couldn't convert in time trouble. And here, I believe wisely, in a very unclear situation, decided to offer a draw. Vichy Anand bounces right back after a defeat yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. He keeps his crusade with the white pieces going on, +4 with white now, which is amazing in such a field. Smooth technical victory against Sergei Karjakin from a position that I thought was a dead draw, frankly. Heartbreak for Anish Giri, who outplayed Hikaru Nakamura after, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm right about this. To my mind, bishop e6 is the main culprit in the opening, which gave Nakamura a very strange position. He had to suffer ever since, and then just when Anish thought the job was done, he hallucinated with knight takes g7, which looks like a crushing blow because queen g7, rook g3. This pin should cost black at least a rook, but that's an illusion because after rook g5, you unpin hg5, queen takes d4, queen g7, rook g7. So knight g7, what it really accomplished was to lose a knight, and Giri was sort of lucky that at least he had the excuse of rook g5, hg5, queen d5, Because of the threat of e7 check, you also pick up the b pawn, and black doesn't have any winning potential left. Therefore, the players agree to a draw here, which doesn't really help either of them. So let me try to do some magic here. It's gonna only take ours, so we can look at the standings. Careful, something's gonna pop up on the other screen. Here we go. Fabiano Caruana in the lead together with Vishy Anand, but holding the tiebreaker. Therefore, he really is in the lead. 6.5 out of 11. Sergei Karjakin loses his first game, falls to +1. 6 out of 11. Peter Svidler all of a sudden in 4th place with 50% after his first victory. Aronian drops back all the way to 5th after he was leading just 3 rounds ago. 5.5, 50%. Giri also on 50% after, his hallucination in a close to winning position against Hikaru Nakamura. Nakamura survives that one, stays on 4.5 or on -2, doesn't stay on 4.5. While Topalov was lost against Fabiano Caruana, but also survived on 4 out of 11. The only 2 players with a minus score in the field right now. Then, one more thing, let's look at tomorrow's pairings. If I manage. So hard to multitask, as you can imagine. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. There's no rest day tomorrow, as far as I know. I don't know very far. Here we go. Peter Svidler, maybe with new energy, thanks to his first victory with white against Giri. Let's see how Anish can deal with today's heartbreak. Hikaru Nakamura against Vishy Anand. Always an interesting matchup. Nakamura, tremendous score against Vishy, but their tournament fortunes, of course, have gone to very different directions. Sergei Karjakin has to deal with his first loss. He is white against the tail ender Vasilin Topalov, so he's gonna look to bounce right back. And the Fabster is dealing with Aronian, who's had 3 rounds from hell, scoring half out of 3 of the last 3 rounds. So Fabiano with white is gonna... I don't know what he's gonna do. We'll see. Things do certainly stay exciting. With 3 rounds to go, we have Caruana and Anand in the shared lead. Anything can happen. I will see you guys tomorrow, where I will be joined by Grandmaster Robin van Kempen. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for bearing with me. See you guys tomorrow. Au revoir. Embrace the night.